Today, though, we will be playing some more Pathfinder, or not some more. We'll be starting some Pathfinder Kingmaker. Kingmaker is a Paizo adventure path, so it's a regular pen and paper game that's been adapted to a computer game. I have run the first edition version of it, pen and paper. I am currently running the second edition version of it, so I'm very familiar with the story. So spoilers are not going to be a problem. If you want to spoil stuff in chat, I have no problems with that. I know this story very well. I have played the computer game some before. My furthest game got to around chapter 4. That was maybe 5 or 6 years ago, so I don't know all the details. I'm not going to be looking stuff up, but at the same time, I don't mind spoilers, and we'll just be taking it as it goes. If you're not familiar with this kind of game, this is a lot like a Baldur's Gate 3. It's maybe, 6, 7, 8 years earlier than it in terms of, some of the quality of life issues. And it is a different rule set. It's Pathfinder first edition rather than D&D 5e. But they're still rather similar. The concepts will be familiar to anyone who knows either of these. So we'll be diving into that. Kingmaker is a very... the pen and paper version is a very open-ended adventure. Yes, there is a 6-book, plot that it goes through. However, most of the time you are just kind of exploring around, your area. Eventually you become a ruler of a kingdom and you start building your kingdom out. The first and second edition versions both have kind of a hit or miss. Are the kingdom turns fun? And, do they properly balance the amount of investment you want to put into almost a 4X style game in the middle of your role-playing game? I think the computer game actually finds a very good balance on that, with a couple of exceptions. And we'll talk about that when we get there, but that won't be the first probably 3 or 4 streams, I think, until we get our kingdom. So until then, it's just going to be a good exploration type game. And they've done some things well with exploration that will be worth chatting about, and some things that I think still could be better. Exploration type games is a particular interest of mine. I'm, probably like most game masters, I'm always working on my own homebrew. And while I tend to run Paizo adventure paths most of the time, a lot of my creativity goes into my own homeworld that I've not run a game in yet, but I want to someday. And there does want to be an exploration component where we're really worried about trying to find out, how do you enable satisfying exploration? And I feel that's the place where most things fail. They make it too mechanical, they make it too bookkeeping, and it loses the wonder, and it loses the excitement. And so that's the topic I always like looking at, and this game will be a good one to explore that notion in. Let's see what else is worth mentioning for Kingmaker. One of the things that is kind of sad for the computer game versus the pen and paper is you don't get to kind of fully explore some of the extreme variety of the flavor of what your kingdom could be. I have read stories of pen and paper games that have leaned heavily into like a steampunk Renaissance style thing. I have seen other ones that have leaned into, a fairy kingdom or a magic kingdom or whatever. So you can kind of go any direction. Sometimes they go, very evil. The very evil versus very good, that is covered by the computer game pretty well. Alignment-based choices, they handle. But more theme-based of, the nature versus technology versus magic, that's not as developed. And that would require more of a proactive game master to really bring that to life. When I ran this in first edition, the group did beat the whole game. They would not have gotten what I consider the best ending, but they got one of the good endings in the pen and paper version. And my second edition group is currently just starting chapter 4 out of 6. And there's now actually 7, I guess. So they're, just about halfway through. They have finished, to me, one of the highlights of the campaign. Chapter 3, I think, is one of the best chapters of the campaign. Chapter 4, they're in now. Chapter 5, they kind of drag a little. So I'm curious how I'm going to try to massage them a little in my pen and paper game, or my Foundry game, to not quite run that same problem. And anything else worth ahead of time? I think we'll just jump into the game at this point. That's enough ranting. So I need to be a little careful here. For some reason, Kingmaker, but not Wrath of the Righteous, merges my stream account and my personal account's games. So I need to make sure I'm careful about when I use load game or not here, because it does combine my games in a weird way. But we'll be doing a new game. We're doing the main story. There are some optional ones, but we're doing just the main. This is the long story. Maybe I should try some of these other ones sometimes. They might be shorter. That might be a good stream content sometime down the road. But we're starting with the main story. So they have a range of difficulty levels, and the ones in Wrath of the Righteous versus the ones here in Kingmaker are not quite the same. And we need to be a little careful because they do have some odd things to it. Before we just click through the presets, the couple of things that are important to me. I do want auto level up off. That is very important to me. I want to level up all my companions. And the kingdom management is also fairly important to me. So the options here are auto, effortless, easy, normal, hard. These DCs and the ability you have to kind of control them relative to the base game, I feel no matter what difficulty setting you pick, the options you have are not as min-maxed, or even not, min-maxed is the wrong word, not even as aligned as a 4-player real party would be. So I like that most of the time, easy or effortless is probably what you want. In past, and it's on an older computer which I have not migrated, I would use some mods here as well. I'm doing this mod-free, no mods, but there are some really nice mods for the kingdom management. I think I might want to go to effortless here, just because I don't want to be failing these checks too often. I want my choices to matter, but I don't want to have every check fail, which is what happens around normal. Easy, maybe 50-50, and so even easy is pretty hard. So I'll probably want to tweak that number down. Anything else I care about here? And then we'll look through normal and challenging. I don't want to go to hard. I would like to maybe try challenging this time around. I usually do normal or even easy because I love this game. I love the story. I don't always agree with how Owlcat has tweaked things, and some of their house rules, as they implemented them, make things a little harder. So I often go here. Let's see, what is challenging? Challenging says full damage from enemies and traps, fight at full power, usual chance of inflicting crits, you will die, so not brink of death. If the main character dies, over. So, and then hard is full increased power, usual chance, so definitely not hard. I don't want anything above the baseline. So this is kind of saying this is what their interpretation of the tabletop rules would be. So do I like this? Am I going to try this? Or am I going to go normal is normal? Maybe I'll just do normal. I don't have to feel like I'm going easier than normal this time. What all of this does. This says weak, critical hits. I'm okay with normal, actually, on that. I like Death's Door. I think that does help out. Dead companions rise after combat? No, so we still have to heal them. We still have to get rid of conditions. So that condition removal is still real. That's off. Somewhat easier. Damage to party, normal. Party speed depends on what you're carrying. I'm actually okay turning that on. It makes it custom. Maybe we're going to go custom anyways, because we're going effortless here. And we're going, let's actually make that a little harder. Oh, that doesn't, interesting. So kingdom management does not affect what default you're on. In that case, we'll just do this. So the only thing we changed from normal was putting effortless kingdom making. We're going to do a custom character. My thought is, for this playthrough, I'm going to try going with a Paladin. So we need some heroic, regal, probably go with we can always use him, but he's more of an archer type. Don't think we're doing a dwarf Paladin, but that could maybe fit. I think he's the most obvious Paladin. Looks like a Paladin of Iomedae. Anyone else stand out to me? All of these are actually characters from the game, so I don't like using them. They kind of feel like you're talking to yourself in some scenes. Yeah, so we'll go with him. So we could go human. Human gets a bonus feat and a bonus skill rank at first level and every time they level up. That can be very good. The other options here might be Aasimar. Aasimar would get... Halo of Light. Some resistances. Honestly, I actually don't think that's worth it here. Let's start with human and see how this starts to look. We'll go male. Body type, there's not a lot of choices. We'll just go neutral, kind of middle of the road. Face, looks a little stern. 4 might be okay. There's not a huge variety though. Maybe we'll just stick with 1. Reasonably tan. The portrait's a little darker. Maybe we'll go a little darker here. Maybe that one. That works for me. Hairstyle, something that works under a helmet, because you'll probably be in a helmet most of the time. 7's okay. No. 5's maybe 5. 2 looks a little dorky to me. Well, it actually matches my real life hairstyle, so that's saying something. Let's go 5. It's a little flowing. And does he have a beard? Does he have a beard? Not that one. I think no beard. And hair color, it looks pretty dark in the picture, so let's try to match that. That's a little maybe too purplish. That might work. We'll go with that. You can choose what hand you have. It makes no difference. I'm not going to worry about that. And we're going to go Paladin. So I know the game. I know some of the companions we pick up along the way. And in some ways, Paladin's not going to be the best choice. We get a great tank right away. And Paladin I'm probably going to build as a tank as well. So we might have some redundancy here. We might have too many tanks, but we can always swap out the tank we get sometimes. So I might try going a mix of offense-defense tank. And knowing Pathfinder 1, going the mix is never going to be a good choice because you're probably going to be not perfect at either. But we're going to specialize in defense and then add some offense on as we can. It's going to be the plan here. And I think just the default Paladin in this case is better than any of the options here. We could do Divine Hunter. That's the ranged Paladin. If we were doing a Paladin of Erastil, that might make sense. That actually might be something I should maybe explore sometime because that could work fairly well. The party I'm envisioning might be a little martial heavy, a little melee heavy. So that could be a good choice, but I think I'm not going to do that. This one, I believe, gets less attack and less defense and more healing, so that doesn't fit us. Divine Guardian, I believe, has some sort of weird bodyguard mechanic that I don't understand, so I'm not going to bother with that. We will stick with a regular vanilla Paladin. Keep this very easy. We're going to put our bonus into strength because we are going to be still a strength-based character. We want some charisma because I know that handles some of our abilities. Let's put it to 14 to start with. Let's put our strength all the way to 20. Do we want to? No, I don't think I want to go that high. We have 10 points left. A little bit of con helps. A little bit of wisdom helps. I always forget which feats have the prereqs. I think I might need 13 dex for some of the things I want. I might also need 13 int for some of the things. This doesn't look right to me. Let me just think this through. So he's going to be able to hit things. Maxing out the attack stat. That's going to let him make sure he hits. The dex here is not because he's going to be dex-based for his armor. He's going to be wearing heavy armor. But there are some of the... last playthrough, I think the one I got furthest on was a Sacred Huntsmaster Inquisitor with a pet. Pets seem to be easy mode in this game, and I'm intentionally avoiding that this time. My Wrath of the Righteous playthrough that's on the weekends, that is I think I have 3 animal companions in that party, and it does get a little overwhelming and a little crazy. So I'm trying to do this one a little more grounded. I do love the Sacred Huntmaster class. All of the free teamwork feats, all of that stuff is just wonderful. But I am intentionally avoiding that this time around. I also love Magus. I do a lot of Magus builds. I think that was the first one I tried playing back when the game first came out, before they had turn-based mode, and that worked horribly. Like the cast and hold a charge and deliver it did not work back then. You just provoked left and right. I don't know if they even had casting defensively in the game when it first came out. So Magus just got murdered back then. I don't think I've tried one since. I know one of the companions you get is one, so I can probably play with it that way anyways. Let me see. Do I like these stats? I think I need this for the unarmed stuff and crane stance down the road, which I'll be getting. I might not need the intelligence for anything. We might come back to this page. I will drop this one for now. I'll see what that needs. We have 1 point left. We only have one odd one. Can we put one more point there? No. We can only raise one of the 12s. It doesn't really matter. I don't like doing dump stats. I don't tend to do completely min-maxed builds. What is he going to need? I think we need 3 points of mobility for crane stance down the road. And what else does he want to be good at? I mean, he's naturally good at athletics, but he's going to have all kinds of penalties to this with his armor. So he's not going to be our best athletics person, and it's not even a class skill. So let's pick the other 3 from the class skills. He is a paladin, so we get some religion on him. I think we're going to give him persuasion as well. He's not going to be very perceptive, I'm guessing. And we'll give him one of the other knowledges. He has the same bonus for any of them. They're all class skills. Let's give him nature as well. Maybe that explains why he's off in the wilderness and not in civilization. We still have 1 point left to spend. So I guess, since I'm not positive, we'll just put it into int. Therefore, we should be covered. So, we get a number of feats. We're going to get, I think that's deity. Yes, we get 2 feats, one because we're human and one from level 1. We start off with Smite Evil. We start off having to be lawful good. I think that's going to mess up one of the choices I wanted to make on this playthrough, but it is what it is. And then we have all martial weapons, all armor, and we don't start with tower shields, and we're not planning to use a tower shield on this character. So I'm saying we're generally taking a defensive focus on this character. So we're probably going to take the armor focus heavy right from the start. That's one of our feats. The other one I want to double check on. So we have the prereqs for this. I want to check what the prereqs are for crane stance. Make sure I'm ready for that. At probably next level, I'll take a level of monk to be able to get to that right away. Crane style, we need 1 level of monk. We need dodge, and we need unarmed strike. I know we get the unarmed strike for free. I don't think we get the dodge for free, and there's no ability scores needed. So we'll take dodge here as well. So now at 2nd level, we'll be able to take a level of monk, and I think we'll pick up crane stance right away, which really boosts our defensiveness. And then, of the paladins for the deity, Iomedae is the natural choice. It's kind of the most heroic of the deity paladins. Erastil fits the campaign really well, but I'm not planning to be a ranged one. Serenray could also be fun if it's more of an anti-undead feel or a little bit more of a redemption feel. I think we'll go Iomedae. It's kind of the natural option here. Oops, I misspelled my own name. Baneless. There we go. And we have to be lawful good. And I'll use the default birth date. I don't like changing that here.
Combat is adjourned.
This will hurt.
A solid plan.
Adventures await.
Together we stand. I shall not falter. I have no need for this.
I think that will work.
Let us press on.
So, am I happy with this character? Probably not, but good enough. And I like kind of flying by the seat of my pants on these builds and just doing whatever makes sense. Anything else I want to change? So we have the wisdom skills. So we will be boosting wisdom and charisma ideally as time goes on. We'll be boosting strength and con probably on this character. Dex probably doesn't go up anymore ever again. Int probably doesn't go up anymore ever again. That looks reasonable to me. We probably will eventually grab... So right now, he doesn't care what weapon he uses. He's equally good with all weapons. We probably want to get weapon focus eventually, and he probably will go longsword. That is the favored weapon. But for now, at least all of our feats are tied up in our defensiveness, and he can switch hit with weapons very easily.
Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
Where are they? This is taking forever! They didn't even say what this was for, just that the Aldori were looking for heroes.
So
Who are
like
the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
So like the Wrath of the Righteous game, if people have been watching me play that as well, Amiri here is a Paizo iconic. So she is a character that shows up in a lot of the Paizo adventure paths, in their novels, and their comics. So she is a well-known character in this world. She is a giant instinct barbarian, fights with an oversized greatsword, very, very hot-headed, very loving of battle. We might get a little tired of some of her battle cries in this game. She uses them a lot, but she is a fun character. So she is the Sela equivalent. Sela was a paladin in Wrath of the Righteous, who is also an iconic. The Aldori are the rulers of southern Brevoy. Brevoy is the nation that's just north of where this game will be taking place. We'll see why that's important later on. The Sword Lords are kind of a unique dueling style, one-hand kind of special swords who kind of gain notoriety and prestige and nobility through their combat skills. So that's kind of who we're talking to here.
If you can't be patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever hole you crawled out of. The Aldori Sword Lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevoy. Take that tone with them, and they'll teach you some manners pretty quickly.
All right, you purple toad, just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
Greetings, everyone. I am Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori, and this is Lord Mayor Yosef Selimius of Restov. Welcome to my mansion.
She has one of the better portraits that I often like to use for characters in Wrath of the Righteous, because you get to reuse those portraits. I think that was some great artwork they got for her.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fearless, exactly what Restov needs.
This whole part here, this scene in the manor, this was one of the additions that Owlcat made that I think was extremely well received. The original pen and paper version kind of just drops you into what happens right after the whole manor portion. So this whole first stream will probably be the manor portion, which is both the tutorial for the computer game, and it sets up the story, I feel, a lot better than the AP just kind of throws you off into the wilderness. So this is a nice touch that they added to the game here.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as the Stolen Lands. This is disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the stolen lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder.
So basically, we are going to be sent off to explore, map, and rule this kind of unsettled land that's just south of here. There's a large area that's kind of just small city-states. So it's the River Kingdoms as a whole. The River Kingdoms have a lot of these kind of smaller nations, kind of on the more chaotic, neutral, chaotic, good-leaning areas. Lots of live and let live. Lots of don't bother me. Let me make my own rules in my own homestead. So it's a very kind of individualistic or rustic or rugged population. And this particular corner here of the Stolen Lands has just never been settled. People keep trying and it just keeps failing. It's a haven for bandits and other problems. And we're going to find out, if we can change that.
Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
There's a whole team of us. Who exactly will receive the Baron's title?
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team, after all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
Aram is a great character. I really enjoy him in this game. So he is a cleric of Grodius, dwarven cleric of Grodius. Grodius, if you're not familiar with Pathfinder lore, is kind of the nihilistic god. It is a giant, it's represented as a giant moon floating in the Boneyard, which is the land of the dead, kind of the dead who have not been sorted to their final resting place yet, which is the domain of Pharasma normally. And Grodius just kind of hangs over that place, and someday we'll kind of smash into it and destroy it. It's one of the there's a cycle of universes presented in Pathfinder lore, and if Grodius wins, that kind of breaks the whole cycle and finishes off the complete kind of Big Bang, Big Crunch kind of cycles. So it's kind of the ultimate end to the universe, not just the normal kind of, oh, everything is wiped out, let's start over again. This is the absolute end. So he is a very nihilistic priest.
If I may please answer the question. We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
As a paladin, I don't think we need to even suggest offering rulership to the bandits. We'll skip that option. You're helping us found a barony. What exactly do you gain from such generosity?
Don't ask stupid questions. Why should you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around, or whatever it is you do.
So very obviously, they're already setting up Tartuccio to be someone we're not meant to like. We can tell from all his questions and answers here, he is meant to be, a jerk and someone who you do not want to help. So they're setting up already some tension. We'll see how they use that in the story. But it's nice to have a rival or you can't call him an antagonist at this point yet. Maybe he'll become one. Well, I know he will become one. But at this point, you can't tell. Is he going to just be evil? Is he just opinionated? But it adds some nice, methods of interaction. So if this was a tabletop game, you're at least giving now the game master someone who they can use to help poke things along, help get some emotions out of characters. So it's a very important device that they added here.
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded. Let's just say that we have a strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
What is that smell in the air? Is it the smell of unspoken words and political intrigue?
Kayesi comes from one of the DLCs. I think I have all of them, so she would not be here all the time if you're playing this without the extra DLC. But she's a fun character as well. I've actually never used her too much in the game, but I'm looking forward to probably building her into my party this time around when we get a chance. What rewards can we expect exactly?
And what reward would you seek beyond a noble title and your own lands?
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
Words, words, words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
Oh, Amiri.
Of course. There will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Rostov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
Now you're talking.
Okay.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Rostov, and doubt not for a second that you'll be victorious. So venture forth toward your feet. Go, and return in triumph.
I can't pause it yet.
Hi,
Okay.
my name's Lindsay. I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this stag lord a lesson?
One thing I wanted to mention, in case people have been watching my other streams with Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, so this is the earlier game of the two. It's missing some, engine upgrades, some simple things here and there. The biggest thing you notice is I won't be able to change the camera angle. That's fixed in this version. Where in Wrath, you saw I was often spinning it to find better viewpoints. I'll probably keep pressing those keys, and they'll click, but they won't do anything. That's one difference between the games here. Here we've met Lindsay. She is a bard. And, let's just be polite. I'm Fameless. Pleased to meet you.
Likewise. Actually, I also wanted to ask you something. How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is barons wear. Doesn't matter. I don't like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs. This is the person I'll write my book about.
The one thing, I haven't thought about this before in other playthroughs, but right now, if I was running this if I was a player at a table with this, I would suddenly be very suspicious that actually Lindsay and Tartuccio are working together, kind of as the good cop, bad cop approach to kind of weasel into your good graces. That's not what's going on here. I know that. But that would be an interesting twist to put on this sometime. Wait, a book?
Damn, I should have led with that. Please, just let me explain. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly? And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, God's forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
So I don't think we've heard from the horrible scythe lady yet. We'll need to find her to introduce you all to her. She's a good character as well. Well, not good in the sense of alignment good, but good character in the sense of a fun character with good writing. Not a bad plan. It's settled then. All comes to defeats, you write them down.
All right. I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
So we can meet a few people here. There's not much to learn, but we'll see what people have to say. Get some rest, difficult journey, unnamed adventurer. Here's Jathel. What game is Jamandi playing? I'm not used to feeling a pawn. Like, we can't actually we can zoom in a little bit to see her, but elf with a giant scythe. She's a fun character. We'll meet her again pretty soon. Who else do we have here? Here, Tartuccio doesn't want to tell us anything. Amiri just wants to get started. And here's Harum. Anyone else? Can we talk to Casey here? I don't remember. The expedition is surely doomed. Is Casey around? Looks like maybe she's not in this scene. Okay. Well, nothing else to do. Actually, before we head out, let's check our inventory to see what we start with. They start us off with scale mail, so that's not actually using our heavy armor focus yet. They give us a healing potion. They give us a greatsword. So we want to be switching probably to sword and shield because we are going to be a shield character for higher AC. But this is what we start with. We have an AC of 17. That's a little low. We'll get that fixed soon. They gave us a bow, and that's about all we have. We don't have any spells yet as a paladin. We get those at higher level. But not much else to review. If you were playing a spellcaster, that is important at that scene to make sure you get your list of prepared spells ready. Oh, there's Casey. Northern architecture is very beautiful but very heavy. In my native land of Kadira, palaces are furnished quite differently. That's interesting. There's a dialogue option later where you like surprise her by knowing that she's from Kadira, and she tells you right here. I wonder if that's different if you maybe I never talked to her at the door before. Curious.
Help! Help! The mansion's under attack. We need to help. Some villains broke in and started killing everyone. I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers or we'll all be cut down one by one.
I am kind of surprised they start off with us with a greatsword. I think if you take weapon focus, they start you with your appropriate weapon. I'm surprised with any of the deity classes, so a paladin or a paladin or a cleric. I would have thought they actually might have given you your deity's weapon as your starting weapon. So I'm very surprised they gave us a greatsword to start with. Again, we'll be able to change that soon enough to be something more appropriate for the character. And this is the teaching combat encounter. It is not meant to be hard. You don't need to have any of that. Turn-based mode is what I want on. Let's make sure that actually is on. It is on. See it at the top, we're in turn-based mode. You could do real-time as well. It probably plays a little faster. I'm more used to playing it like the tabletop game, where I get kind of more control over my actions. So we will just... let's see. Do I want to turn on fighting defensively? There's one of them. His AC is 7. We have a +5 to hit. So we need a 2 or better on the die to hit him right now. So in that case, I will, in case we do miss, I'm going to turn this on. This will means we will now need a 6 or better to hit him. But it'll be harder for him to hit us.
We shall overcome.
We missed. We rolled a 1. We would have missed even if it was off. But now that should have boosted our AC to 19. So that got us a +2 bonus on the AC. That's why I was doing that. He has a, let's see where it says, he has a -3 to hit. So he needs a natural 20 to hit us. So he is not going to hit us very easily. As we saw, he rolled another 1. No, I rolled a 1. And my turn, he's going to attack us. He needs a natural 20. He got a 12. So this is the battle of 2 non-combat focused characters. So it might take a little time. There we go. So we needed, just to check how the math was working here, we needed a, modifier is 1. Yeah, that's right. So we needed a 6 or better to hit. We got an 18, so it's a regular hit. And we did a lot of damage. Greatsword is 2d6 plus 6. Two-handed weapons are very strong. So normally, if you're new to Pathfinder, what's worthwhile knowing, so the weapons have different damage dies. They range from probably 1d4 up to the 2d6 base, all kinds of modifiers afterward. And a two-handed weapon adds 1.5 times your strength modifier. So we have a +4 here. So we get a flat +6 on damage with the two-handed. If it's a one-handed weapon, you only get this much. So we will lose some damage when we stop using two-handed weapons. But right now is kind of overkill. We can loot the body here. We don't really care about the chain shirts. It's just heavy. Daggers aren't worth carrying around. I'm not going to pick up any of that. We do see that Lindsay's up that way, but we're going to loot everything else first. Bow is reasonable. It sells for a decent amount. And we'll take everything else. Weight is, encumbrance will be an issue. That's why I'm not just grabbing everything. We will be overloaded pretty quickly, especially once we get our heavy armor that we want. And again, we're going to ignore Lindsay. She's watching bad things happen, but we can ignore that. and finish looting. I think this was Lindsay's room here, maybe. Grab everything. And now we go out. They've got someone. We have to help. Look, they're running. Get them. We'll finish him later. He won't get away. So we do see that I believe Tartuccio is in the middle of them. And these two are enemies. And this is when we... So, Lindsay is currently an ally for us, but she's not under our control. Let's charge. So you can... In Pathfinder 1st Edition, you can do a charge if it's in a straight line. It lets you move, I believe, twice your normal move and make an attack at the end of it. You do get a bonus on the attack roll, but a penalty on your AC until the beginning of next turn. So right now, the fighting defensively we have turned on, plus the charge, will cancel out on our AC. But we do get to close and strike in one action, in one turn. And we needed a 4 or better, and we got a 3. So we're not doing very lucky with our rolls today. Come on. I said in turn. There we go. Now, also, one of the changes from the tabletop game to this is they've changed the way flanking works. Normally, in Pathfinder, flanking requires you to be on opposite corners of a creature. In this computer game, they decided to change that to just say if 2 or more people are threatening you, you're flanked. So I'm currently flanked by them, which is reducing my AC, so that's not good. However, we will have the fighting defensive bonus, and they still have a hard time hitting us. And if we kill one, they're no longer flanking us. We did get hit for 1 point of damage, but that's not a lot. We have a decent amount of hit points. We have a decent AC. Lindsay hit with her crossbow. She is not good with her crossbow, so that's actually pretty impressive.
Do not hold back.
You're just in time. A bit longer and I'd have been... Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been?
No, it would have been great for the world.
Safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory. Lady Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before. We need to make our way to her. And along the way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the stolen lands. Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll protect you. You'll need it while you work to defend me.
So, he's given us this ring here. Tartuccio's present. It is a +1 bonus to AC. It's a deflection bonus. It doesn't stack with a lot of things, but it is useful. It's also a little bit of a trick, but we'll wear it this time around. It doesn't really hurt us that much, and it's worth the AC bonus. We now actually have them all in our party. We have Lindsay. She has a light crossbow. She has a couple scrolls. She has her own special ring that basically stops her from ever dying. She's kind of important to the story, so they gave her a little bit of plot protection there. Other than that, not much to say about her. She does have, our AC is in the 18 range. Hers is in the 16, so it's not horrible. She does have decent dex, decent charisma. She's not maximized on her charisma, which she should be as a bard. So she is a little bit, not built perfectly for what she does. But the dex means she can at least hit things with her crossbow. She does have a couple spells. She knows a cure spell and ear-piercing stream. Ear-piercing is a ranged attack, and not bad. We'll use it some. Mainly, though, we'll use her as our initial cure. Yes. I don't think there'll be any spoilers you need to worry about. I know you're a player in my campaign, so that's fine. This is, the prelude in the manor. Tartuccio does not show up, so the fact that Tartuccio is kind of a traitor here is not a problem for you. I don't think anything in this stream. Probably nothing until I think we'd have to get to Varnhold before I'd be worried. So, and that's long time away. So yeah, there will be spoilers later, but not today, probably. Also, using her for days to just shut down a creature. This will be one of her kind of go-tos in the early game when she has nothing better to do. We'll probably set that up as a default action for her at some point. And we can also look at Tartuccio. He is a sorcerer, so another spellcaster. So right now we have a pair of spellcasters with us as the tank. He starts off with some potions, which I think we'll just take for ourselves. And he has a light crossbow. What else is useful about him? He has Burning Hands and Magic Missile are his main combat spells. We will try to use those up. And he has a lot of the regular ranged attack cantrips. We can loot these bodies. They just have daggers, though. It's not worth looting. I'm a little surprised by our overland travel speed. Most of the time I've played this game, actually, I played it on a underpowered laptop, and I thought the slow motion run was due to the underpowered laptop. I'm playing on my desktop now, and they're still kind of running in slow motion. So I might need to check some options, because that feels I should check that right now. I think there is a setting for that. Let's see. What was I thinking of? There is something about... it won't be auto pause. None of those. Increase party animation speed. That's in turn-based mode. That's not relevant. I thought there was an overland speed option. Where is that? Quick movement. That's already checked on. Okay, so I think nothing I can do to make that faster. So here we have the next fight. So they have a series of these kind of just learning how to interact with the game fights. None of these are that critical. We have what? 2 assassin bowmen and 1 regular assassin. Given that we are a melee type, let's get in the mix. I don't think we can charge the back ranks because that's the way charge works. Straight line, everything blocks. We'll go for the first person. We got a crit. And how much did we do on a crit? We did 18 damage on a crit. So, trying to get a sense for what the numbers look like in this game. I should probably just turn off the tutorials. So notice they have a pretty good attack roll to hit our backline. I don't think I want to use an aggressive spell, one of my slotted spells. We'll stick with a cantrip. You have... Ray of Frost is... You could also daze, but let's have you use Ray of Frost.
Leave this one to me.
Now we will check a couple things here. There are things that are useful to know about Pathfinder if you don't know the rule system. If this is your first time seeing a game like this, this might matter. Let's check his to hit roll. What I wanted to show doesn't come into play yet. Painless was not next to him. And then, do we need to move closer? I don't think it matters where he is, but we'll move. You can normally cast a spell and move move one of your move distances. Most of the time is how the game is structured. It does look like they're picking on Tartuccio. I kind of like that. Now I want to get your daze as your default spell. That's what's showing up down here. If you right-click on a spell, it becomes the default. You can do cantrips, which you can cast unlimited number of times. You also could make one of your slotted spells a default, but then you might run out of it. If you hit V, then spacebar. Okay, I will try that after this fight, because in combat it's not a big deal. Let's try to stun this one with daze. So we dazed him, so he's not going to take an action this turn. Thank you for that tip, Radic. Radiac? Yep. So V, then spacebar. I will try that outside of combat. Let's get close to both of them. I think if we go for this one's stunned, let's actually move to here and then attack the non-stunned one. Radiac? Okay. I'll try to remember that. Radiac. Got it.
We shall overcome.
And we rolled a 1. This game really loves to roll low numbers. I don't know what it is about their RNG. I have tracked it in some games, and my average has been about 6.5 on a D20 over like 200 rolls. So the RNG seems to be a little unbalanced at times. Okay, so here's where we're probably going to see what I wanted to mention. If you're not used to the game, there is a penalty, -4, for shooting into combat. So if your allies are engaged with people, that makes it really hard for all of the spellcasters and archers to deal with. There are feats to get rid of that. Anyone who plans to use bows, crossbows, or spells that need to hit AC will need to take 2 feats, point blank shot and precise shot, to get rid of that penalty. Because that penalty, -4, will make you miss most of the time if you don't fix that. So that is why he missed there. Now, the other thing, we saw that this bowman tried to shoot at Tartuccio again while we were engaged in melee with him. That tends to be a bad decision. That lets your take an opportunity attack. So you get a free attack out of turn when people do people cast a spell, if people try to move away from you, if people shoot a bow. So that's why rushing our melee next to their archers was so useful. We will try to keep this one stunned.
You deserved it.
That one, it was not successful, but we will get an attack before it gets to go again.
Attack!
And we finish it. We will want to loot all of the potions, and the bows tend to sell for enough that I'm okay carrying them around. They are worth more than their weight. That's often my initial... okay, let's see. So V. Is that any better? Looks about the same. Yeah, I'm not sure that made a difference. We will keep making our way through the manor. We are looking for any other allies we can recruit. We are looking whatever we can loot as well. Lindsay is being a little bit of a bleeding heart. Tartuccio is being a jerk, but that's who they both are. Hide armor is not worth carrying around. The heavy mace probably isn't. It would be a one-handed weapon. We will grab that for now. If we get a shield, we can switch to that. There is a cooking subsystem, and that's what a lot of these ingredients we're getting now are. We will start grabbing all of that. I also tend to hold down tab at all times when I'm playing. Tab is what lights up interactables. And there's Amiri yelling. You will always hear Amiri yelling.
It's the end for you rats!
Let's go help her. Come on, let's get in there.
You will prevail.
Oh, I guess we're back out of turn-based. There, right now we're back in turn-based mode. Tartuccio is not going to get a spell off this turn. We'll just get him into space. Lindsay, I don't think I need to start using Bard Song yet, so let's just get you close enough and try to stun someone. So Lindsay is a Bard, and her main ability is right here. So she gets 13 rounds per day of basically giving everyone a +1. It's a great ability. We will definitely abuse it, but I tend to save it for fights that matter. I don't use it every single round. And so she got one of these assassins stunned. Hopefully Amiri kills the other one, because that's what Amiri does. Don't think we can charge. It's not a straight line, but we'll come up here. We can at least be giving... I think we might be giving a flank for Amiri. We will have an ad break starting in about a minute. We'll pause whenever we get there.
Time to get my hands dirty again.
Try to stun this one. We've kept this one locked down the entire fight, and Amiri should finish this for us right now. Oh, Amiri rolled a 1. As I said, the dice rolls in here tend to seem to be a little low. We want the potions.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down.
Blood for Gorham!
So Gorham is the god of battle. If you're following Pathfinder lore from 2nd edition, you know Gorham has met a bad end. There is a big event going on, God's reign, and Gorham died as part of this. One versus two, yes. We're in the ad break. We'll be back shortly. Over the break, we were chatting about the romance options in the game. So there is a romance system. About maybe half of the companions are romanceable, and maybe a quarter based on your character's gender. There's, we haven't met all of them yet. I mentioned the ones who this one might go for. One of them is a spoiler one. I'm going to try to keep that option open, but that's a hard one to pull off, and I don't even know all the steps for it. Because while I've played the game most of the way through, I have not beat it on my other playthrough, and while I've looked up bits and pieces on that playthrough when I got really stumped, I've not looked at a complete walkthrough or complete guides. So, there will be gaps in my pre-knowledge.
Barbarians.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
What, stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
I think Val is the natural choice for this playthrough, but I'm also... My character and Val's build might be a little too redundant, so Val might be out of the party more often, especially as we get later in the game. So that's why I might lean to a different companion or character. We already loot all this? We already looted all this. Here we get a little bit of a cutscene. We see that they are arriving. Yeah. I think you can break them off at a set point, but I'm not, so we'll see how this goes. And for those of you who have played the 2nd edition intro, I mean, here's where we see where that frost giant arrived from. We don't deal with him right now ourselves, but we do see his arrival. We do get to loot things that they destroyed for us on the way in. Okay, so at this point, we can switch our character to a shield build. We at least have a shield. We'd like to have a heavy shield rather than a light, but we will still switch to that. And we have a longsword now. We are giving up some of our damage. We went from a 2d6 to a 1d8 weapon, but our AC is going to be about 1 point higher from this, and a couple points higher from other options. So this will start paying off for us. We will be a little weak until we pick up. Actually, we should at least look at this. Passage is blocked. We can't go through there. Skill checks.
Applause, please.
Yeah, the archetypes I felt in this one weren't as useful. I think the archetypes in Wrath were some better options. Now, I don't often remember to do this. Let's try opening the fight with a charge. I forget how this works. Does this actually let me finish the charge? Oh, yes. As I said, my Wrath game, I have a party that has 3 animal companions, sometimes 4. Actually, sometimes 5, for that matter. So I wanted to avoid that on this play. I wanted to kind of come back to the basics, try to not do the animal companion cheese. Over in Wrath, I have a Sacred Huntsmaster Azada. So I have a dog and Ivu. I have Scylla with a horse. I have Lan with a Triceratops. I have Social with a raptor. And I also have Bismuth if needed on Greyboar. So I have a ton of animal companions there. It gets a little silly. And I wanted to try a different approach on this playthrough over here. But I would agree, if it's your first time playing it, taking a Sacred Huntsmaster, taking a Druid with an animal companion, taking a Ranger who gets one a little bit later, I believe, they are all really good choices for a first-time player.
Out of my way!
Yep, Ikundayo is wonderful. He can fill that need. He's kind of late. He's middle of chapter 2 usually, if I remember correctly. It might be some time before we can get him. Let's see. Which one are we going to try to stun the archer? We did not stun the archer. So our charge was interrupted by initiative. That's kind of weird. And now we're too close to charge. So don't do that in the future. Let's go for the bowman first. Because by going for the bowman first, we also kept this guy out of melee. We don't get the -4 penalty on attacking him. Of course, the damage is low and doesn't matter. And you can try to stun him for us.
This is where I step in.
He saved both times. He will close to us probably. That is true. Yeah. That is true, Arabani. It feels like the type of thing they think they have to put in the game. And they put enough effort in that it's better than nothing, but they could have put a lot more effort into it. But it's always hard. This was their first big game from the studio. I can see why, you know, they have to pick their battles and pick what they invest their time in. The rule system itself is deep enough.
Strike as one.
And this is where having a party of no actual damage specialist might take a little bit of time for a while. He probably can't hit us. We can barely hit him.
You deserved it.
Do not hold back.
There we go. We'll keep grabbing all the potions. Bows. I guess the bows make my threshold of being worth more than their weight. Okay. Here we get to kind of get some better armor and stuff for us. Let's stop showing tutorials. Come on. Don't run around the weapons rack. Interact with it. Masterwork light mace, composite longbow. Those are good items. One of these, I believe, is banded. Yep, that should be better for us than our existing armor. Breastplate is not better. I don't need the weight. We'll grab the key, but we're not going to take her money. I am a paladin. I don't need the tower shield. Would have liked a heavy shield. I forgot what was in this room. So let's put on our better armor. That should jump us a good amount. So that was naturally 2 points better, but we also have armor focus in this type, so that's why it was a 3-point jump. They were already needing 20s to hit us, so we are getting ahead of the curve now by a good amount. The Masterwork Light Mace does a little bit less damage than but we will hit them more often, so I think for now we will switch to that. Because we are not invested in any particular weapon type, and hitting is better than not hitting. And we can also swap out your longbow for a composite longbow. You're almost never going to use it. Hi, Rue. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good morning, good day, wherever you are. Good afternoon. There we go. Good thing that you survived your nap. I always check over here. I always forget there's nothing over there. I've done this every playthrough. And here we find Jaethal.
Faces. I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jaethal. I don't recommend advancing down the hallway, assuming you value your life, of course. There were a few people with me, and you can see what happened to them.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
Hi, Nilbog. Welcome. We're just in the middle of the tutorial portion. I think you know the game well, so I think you can tell where we are. Yes, Rue, I took off the coat today. It's the more adventuring outfit.
What do you mean undead? Really? Like zombies or skeletons or...
As I said, further explanations will wait until later. All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
Okay, we now got Jaethal in the party. So let's take a quick look at her. I mean, she is evil, so she's not going to fit in well with my Paladin vibes. I do think she is a great character, though. So we might try to fit her in as often as we can in the party, as difficult as that may be. She is an Inquisitor, so that's kind of the rogue cleric kind of hybrid class, but very strong overall. So she will have some spells. She has Inflict Light Wounds, which is mainly used to heal herself since she is undead, and Divine Favor as a self buff. What else do we know about her? She has good perception. Not many good skills right now. I guess her Arcana is pretty good in her lore. She wields a scythe, Masterwork scythe, so she's pretty good at hitting with it. Maybe the main way of using her in combat would be get an enlarged person spell on her and have her attack from the back lines, because her AC is probably never going to be great. But if she's attacking over from behind my main character tanks for it, and she just decimates things with the scythe. So that's a common way of using her in a party. Amiri feels the same role. Amiri can be enlarged and attack from behind. Otherwise, not much about her. I forget, is Inquisitor the Ranger Cleric, or is it I thought it was more the Cleric Rogue. I forget exactly which of them kind of was. The Paladin's deity, I went with Iomedae. Kind of boring. I was almost tempted to switch at the last minute to do an Erastilian and go with a longbow, but I was like, I want to be the tank, so I'm not going to be the archer. So, yep, went with Iomedae. Again, Shaylin or Serenray, I think also could fit quite well. I could maybe see trying the Reach build. I am playing on normal, so that is maybe similar to what I'm playing on in Wrath. So I didn't dial it up a difficulty level. I was tempted to go to challenging, decided not to. But in some ways, not going with a party of animal companions is already raising the difficulty a little bit. And I did turn Kingdom Management to effortless, not to auto, but down from the default of easy. Just because I'm not running with the mod I usually run with. Usually I run with one of the mods that makes Kingdom stuff easier anyways, so I thought this was a different compromise. There's no mods on. I'm pretty sure in PF1 it was Rogue with Cleric, yeah, because it was in the book that came with all of the kind of half classes. If I'm remembering correctly. Let's make a custom formation here now. So we are in front. Jaethal will start behind us. And Bard in a line. We don't need to worry about lightning bolts yet. And Tartuccio off to the side to have a clear shot. I think that will work. Isn't that Zadim? Is Zadim... I don't remember who the... You're saying the iconic? I don't remember who the iconic was. We're going to see a trap soon, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. I was worried we weren't going to spot the trap. Anything else in this room? Nothing else in this room. Lindsay, go disarm the trap, please. So one difference between Wrath and this game. On this game, you disarm the traps at the trap. In Wrath, you have to find a control panel that's attached to the trap. I definitely like the Wrath version better. It makes it a little more interesting to interact with. Still not extremely interesting. I think they could have done more. But it's a little more tactically relevant for finding a control panel to disarm. Neither of those are worth picking up. Let me make sure. That was chainmail or chain shirt? That was chainmail, which I believe is what Jaethal already has. Yes. Go get it, Lindsay.
please.
More spells. They're giving you spells right before some big fights unintentionally. We probably won't need them right away. Here we hear some of the bandits looking for special... yeah, I think in a game, both makes... In a tabletop setting, both make sense. Sometimes you interact with the trap itself. Sometimes you interact with the control panel, or wherever the trigger point versus the damage point versus something else. But I think from a gameplay perspective, for how this one's set up, the having to find someplace different and find a path around the trap, especially when there's combat going on. I'm going to try to solve this puzzle. I don't have it memorized how to solve it, and I think I learned there's 2 answers, and I've always done one, so I need to see if I can find the other answer this time around. Let's have you delay. I think if you move, you're going to get in the charge lane. I think, can you charge? Or is that door in the way? That door is in the way. Never mind. It is a surprise round. We'll get close enough. Yep, I have always done the all swords up. I've heard also all swords down is also good, so I will try that this time around. We might be here a while. I apologize. I solved the all swords up, my first time playing it, whenever it was years ago, and I've always remembered that one. It made sense to me. I never even thought to try the all down, and I found out about that at some point along the way. So I will definitely try that at some point.
Any last wishes? This is where I step in.
Attack!
I think for, I don't know if I mentioned it for Nilbog's reference, since I'm doing a Paladin build here, I know it will be a little redundant with Valerie. I'm not too worried about that. We'll see how I mix and match parties going through. I feel this game, especially in the first 1 to 3 chapters, you're mixing up your parties a lot. So, having 2 tanks, sometimes having 1 tank, sometimes I don't think it's going to be a big problem.
Wretched thing.
Thank you, Jathel. That is true as well.
Despicable.
Serves you right.
How do they keep saving against this every time? But at least they barely hurt me.
Do not hold back.
Of course, I miss because I don't have all those bonuses, and I'm not using Bard Song, which would have made the difference there. But Jathel should finish it for me. I'm just there to make sure Jathel doesn't get hit. Okay, so prepare for some delay while I get this set up. Loot. So let's leave main character here. Let's bring Jathel over to the other room. So this is a puzzle. You see all of the statues are interactable. It's still there. I'm just going to try to get it. So I know that if you get all swords facing up, we open this wall. I'm guessing all swords down opens this wall. Let me see if I can figure this one out. We currently have... Start with Jathel on this one. So this one does 3 of them, right? Yeah, this does 3 swords. I need to remember the patterns here. This just alternates those 2. This alternates the last 2. Okay. And then over here, this does 3 as well. It's a different 3. And I think this one just does these 2. No, this also does 3. So 3, 3, 3, a lot of pairs. We want to get everything down. So this one is cycling these. So these need to be on the same parity at some point. I think one of these did that. Not that one. Not that one.
Request.
There we go. So that got these on the same parity. Now I think that would get those 3 are all down. That one's all down. I don't think we can do these without disrupting something else. But if we do both of these, and we have 2 up, 2 down, don't think anyone does the 2 of these directly. Nope, Baneless, stay over here. Down, 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 up. And these are flipped, so that's not going to work well for me. Just have 1 up now. So we need this one to flip.
You have my attention.
That one does those.
Share your will.
What else interacts with that one? Does only
State your desire.
only these 2 interact with that pair? I think so. I know I'm clicking twice at a time right now. I know right now I'm not disrupting or changing anything by doing that. So, So these 2 are the only 2 that interact with this. Multiple ones interact with this one. So we need to get this down, and then I think you can flip that one for me. And we have 1 up. So we need to use some of the ones that do 3s and some of the ones that do 2s to fix that one, I believe. These are all down. This is the room I haven't opened before in the past. If we do this, we do that, and then this. No. We're back to just 1 off again. I won't stay at this too long. At some point I will give up. I know, so we just switched which of these 2 was not correct.
Request.
That one is up again now, which we don't want to be up. This room is good. This room now has these 2 wrong. Okay, we're going to move on. I don't want to bore people here. There's minor loot and a small fight behind there. I don't think it's critical. And that's about how long it usually takes me to solve it. And if I'm not solving it, I'm not going to bore you on screen. I think that is a journal. Yeah, we'll give up on this quest.
Let's make this quick.
So here we found another pair of bandits, or another trio of bandits, along with, sounds like Harem is over here thinking he's dying. Harem always thinks he's dying, even when he's not. This time he might actually be.
You deserved it.
Okay, that time we managed to land a daze. Jathel, let's have you delay until after Fameless. So Fameless can at least grab some aggro. Here we have Casey as well helping out. She is a kineticist, so needs to spend some time buffing, but does some very strong damage. I really don't know the kineticist playstyle or builds, so that would be curious to learn.
We shall overcome.
Natural 3. Very good. That's what Jathel does. We got 2 left, but one of which is stunned. So in some ways, using Lindsay like this on Day's duty is kind of similar to my Ember in early games using her on sleep duty. Kind of does the same thing.
Last wishes.
Just keeping people locked down. Thank you, Kaisi.
Time to get my hands dirty again.
Okay. Baneless is in there. Hopefully taking the aggro. Jathel's going to get close, but hopefully it's also stunned, so it can't attack us this turn anyways. Try to keep the stun going. This time it made the save. Kaisi will do some damage. I'm not sure. Probably not any custom mercenaries. I like a lot of the companions enough that I never quite feel. I mean, sure, I do feel you could get a better party. You can plug up holes in your group a lot better by using a mercenary. But most of the time, I just like the companions. I think they have some fun stories. The side quests are fun.
It's good you're here.
Yeah.
A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
I think I'd be more likely to use a mercenary in Wrath than I'm in Kingmaker. Getting a bard or a skald. I know you can make Sela into a skald, but I think no one else really fits well. And I like Sela as a tank over there. So I could see making a mercenary to get a bard in Wrath much more than I can here. I don't feel you're missing the companion roles as much. I guess maybe if you wanted to play a really squishy mercenary, like if you really wanted to, if your main character also wanted to be like a sorcerer, and this initial part here where you have a sorcerer, and a bard, maybe you use a mercenary to kind of take over the main character role as your tanky type or something. I could maybe see doing that. Yeah, okay, this is weird. She introduced herself as from Kadira earlier. So I feel like this shouldn't have even needed a knowledge check to know.
Of course. I'm from Kadira.
And we have met, so why are we saying we haven't met?
Hot deserts and I am Kayesi. One of the many here who's I don't know.
Let's grab all the useful stuff. And let's go save Haram.
Grotus, I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer.
I know. I wonder why. I wonder why she doesn't remember meeting us. I guess that still makes sense. I just think it's funny that I would have thought if you introduced yourself to her in the guard hall, she would have had a different, not had the knowledge check, just had a, you're from Kadira type of option without having to do it. Yeah, I think that's true, Nilbog. I do think it would feel the Wrath story lends itself better to integrating a mercenary into your party rather than just hiring someone to be a ruler. And Jamo, yeah. It probably was available. Maybe? I don't know. But it might have just been feeling like taking a different class was better to get through the prologue on.
That's impossible. It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god. Not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Arim is at your service.
Okay, we got another character. Let's do a quick review of him as well. Haram is a chaotic neutral cleric. As we said, what else is useful to mention? He currently has a shield and a flail. His AC is about the same as everyone who's not our main character. I think they're around 16s. He's worse, 18. So, middle of the road AC. He's built to be a frontliner, but he is not good as a frontliner. He does have one of the more awkward builds in the game in terms of characters. I really like him. I love all his dialogue. I love his side quests. So I will try to find a way to use him when we can. And he is a cleric. We need a cleric in the party. But his build is odd. I did look up a couple of optional builds for Harem. I might try one. There's one that goes down a sorcerer route to go to Mystic the Urge, which if you're gonna give up on him being a frontliner, I think that can be fun. So I might try that this time around. In the past, I have tried to make him into a secondary tank, and he does not work. He does not work as that. So we'll see how that goes. But he has a flail. He has a heavy shield. Actually, we're going to steal his heavy shield. We'll give him a light shield. So we will keep boosting our AC to absurd levels. Up to 23 already. It's still level 1. This is getting a little bit excessive. Let's also sort this. I like typically doing price descending order. We have another body to loot. I feel Wrath was also much more generous with healing potions than Kingmaker was.
My search was not in vain.
Running around, exploring everywhere, grabbing what we can. Masterwork Longsword, we'll switch back to that from our light mace. I should put a save in here. As I said, it was very weird. Wrath doesn't do this, Kingmaker does. So I have 2 different Steam accounts, one for my Twitch stuff and one for personal. And for Wrath, it keeps the save games separate. For Kingmaker, it combines them all into one pool. I'm not sure why it's different. That's why you saw thousands of characters there from different playthroughs I've done. Most of my playthroughs get to about middle of Act 2 before I decide I want to make a new character. This one hopefully will last a little bit longer. Let's check our formation. I guess we'll put you about there. You don't really need the sight line. But for healing and for bless, that should work. We're not seeing a lot of fireballs now. I think that will work. Now, I remember in the 2nd edition conversion of this, there would have been treasure in this corner, but it looks like that was not a backport from the computer game to the 2nd edition implementation. This fountain also would have had treasure in the 2nd edition interpretation of this.
Run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere. Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
Let's at least ask who this person is, just to make sure he's the person who should be giving us orders.
Keston House Gares, a fighter in the service of Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. Right now, I'm in charge of the mansion guards. As you can see, there's a lot to do.
That sounds reasonable.
If I were a rich and influential lady like Jamandi, I'd also give myself a manly captain of the guard. Or 2.
I'll go immediately.
Fire doesn't frighten me, thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
May Abadar keep you safe.
Okay. We are heading through. And so this is where, again, Wrath did this as well. So you can, they use these little book scenes for some of the more kind of prolonged skill checks or stories, just as a way to have a little bit of extra role play, which often doesn't transfer well into a pure computer game. So this is a nice touch. I like what they've done here. And so our adventure started. Earlier and much more tragic than we expected. The whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls led by Fameless, and not at all by that scoundrel Cartuccio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself. Jamandi Aldori was waiting for us, but to get to her, we'd have to march through fire, literally. As we approached the burning building, we drenched ourselves in buckets of water. Prudence is the key to victory. Before moving through, we thoroughly wet our clothes and hair. After that, we... Yes. Yeah, we haven't, in our second edition playthrough, we've kind of dropped the companions. With a 6-player party, I feel like the companions haven't really been as needed. They have some great characters. I really like them. They weren't in the first edition version, so they aren't as integrated to the story. You have to kind of force them in at times. But there are some good ones. Harem was good. Covered our mouths and tried to rush inside. It was a good thing we hadn't wasted any time. After entering the building and taking just a few steps forward, the wall behind us slanted and crashed down with a terrible cracking, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we'd come in a little later, the flaming logs and red-hot bricks would have fallen right on our heads. Regardless, we were left with only one way to go. You've played Harem Enlarged all the time with using touch spells and domain touch hiding behind Valerie. It's not great. Okay, yeah, I can see that. The touch of chaos on everyone and destructive touch. I can see doing that. I'm not sure how I'm going to build Harem yet. We'll see when we get to the first level up if we need to make that decision or not. The hot air burned our lungs, and our eyes watered from the smoke. But Fameless led us stubbornly through the flames, while Tartuccio did nothing useful at all. We made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we heard someone calling for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards I chatted with a bit in the banquet hall. Even then, in that calm setting, I'd been stunned by her beauty. But now, amid the smoke and flames, she looked like a celestial avenger, an armored deity, menacing but beautiful and merciful, descending from the higher spheres to help us poor mortals. She held a burned, barely living guard in her hands. There are 2 more, she shouted as she passed us by. They are wounded. Help me pull them out. Tartuccio grumbled about something about how Jamandi was waiting for us. Meanwhile, Fameless, let's see what we just said here. Yep. Touch of Chaos can shut down some melee bosses, etc. Yeah, I think I haven't thought about that enough. But that is a useful way, forcing disadvantage on them. If it's a melee-centered boss, especially if it's a melee-centered boss, because I think Touch of Chaos only is on 1 attack. If it was on all attacks for the round, it'd be better, because there's so many animal-based bosses, and they get so many attacks. I'll have to check Touch of Chaos's wording. We will try to save people. We're not good at this. We'd be great at diplomacy, but we will try to save people. We need a 7 or better on the die roll, and we failed. Saving the poor fellow was harder than it had seemed. We inhaled a lot of smoke and burned ourselves more than once before managing to pull them from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath and wipe her sweat from her face. Thank you, that was truly noble of you. And now let us rush to Lady Aldori's aid. And I think that's why we're all fatigued now. So that's a great way to start this fight off. But again, I tend to take what happens to me and I accept it. If there are some truly critical saves, I might, save scum for some things, but this one I will accept. But now we have Valerie in the party as well. So what do we have here? She has banded mail, she has a tower shield, she has a masterwork bastard sword. Otherwise, she's basically the same as our main character right now. She is same AC. We are much better at hitting things than she is, though. And that's about it. Let me check Touch of Chaos. Touch of Chaos is for the next round. Okay, so that does work well even against the things that have like 8 attacks per round. It's not just 1. Okay, we all took a little bit of damage as well. Maybe we'll do a channel. Okay, and let's also affect our formation. Valerie, you're now co-tanking. Actually, I know what's coming up. I want this order. And other than that, let's be weighted toward this side. Anything else I wanted to grab before we leave here? Is that a good weapon? No, just a regular weapon. Nope, we can leave all that. So here we have a large-scale fight going on. We have Jamandi and Krieg, I believe, inside some sort of barrier fighting all kinds of powerful things being summoned in. And we are trying to interrupt this and help this out. Of course, the fact that we're fatigued is going to cause some problems. We can't charge, I believe, while fatigued. So let's see. Let's start off with a Divine Favor, because that will last for a minute. And then we'll move forward a little bit. Now we will use Bard Song for the first time. So that's a +1 on everything. And she'll also move forward a little bit to keep that aura in a good place. Looks like it technically is a surprise round, so we get a little bit of time to move in here. So we have 3 Rift Channelers. I believe, I'm not positive, they kind of are what's happening to make this barrier and keep these things being summoned. They don't do any other actions. I often focus them down. This time I might not. I don't think there's any reason for that. We have a lot of assassins and an assassin leader and some bowmen, I believe. So we don't have any AoE. I guess we do have Burning Hands. We get close enough without him getting killed. It is only Tartuccio. Let's get close in the surprise round. Now, I don't believe we can charge because we are fatigued. We will move in. Try to close some of their charge lines to us. Same with Valerie. If I keep them both in the party for long term, there might be some reasons to put some of the various teamwork feats that are based on Shield Wall on them. Because that would actually be a decent build if I'm using both of them a lot of the time. That's true. Jaethel can charge because she cannot get exhausted because undead. We'll see how that works. I might have blocked all the charge lines, though. Harem, let's see. Bless is morale bonus, so that will not stack with Bard Song, correct? Am I remembering? Bard Song is morale bonus. Yep, they do not stack. Bless stacks. Why does it stack? +1 morale bonus on saving throw. Oh, competence bonus on attack rolls. That's why. So. And let's see. Where is Jaethel right now? Let's not get Harem in the way. And Aldori shows how strong she is as a high-level character. Usually she one-rounds that giant. So it's actually getting a turn. And her buddy, her Rastilian priest, Krieg, was helping there. Let's see. We did not block that charge lane. That's the only charge lane we didn't block. Let's do that. She is fully buffed. Very weak hit from that. 2d4 plus 6 for 8. Yep, minimum damage. Good job there. It was still at least one line. She can now charge somewhere else next turn. Lindsay, let's move you forward as much as we can. And then let's try to daze someone. Who do we want to daze? I think a bowman's the best one to daze. Nope, it's saved. Yeah, I feel like this is the type of fight I always want to design, where you have these people doing the rift channeling that you want to take out, but they are not participating in the combat. So balancing combat actions against the combat relative ones versus the non-combat ones, to me, is an interesting challenge that I wish, there was more point to it. I think if I come about here, I can use a Burning Hands. We get 3 of them. That's good. I think we got rid of one with that. Very nice. Let's work our way through these. Perfect. We got rid of their ability to flank us. We need to see where the assassin leader comes. If he comes toward us, we can then have Jaethel maybe charge in here and deal with all of the archers. If the leader comes toward Jaethel, though, we'll need to go save her. Because she will not be in a good place for that. Let's just attack this one, see if we can finish him off. Thank you, Harem. Now, Jamandi, please finish off that giant. Perfect. Protection from good. So Jaethel, you can probably get a charge over to that bowman. That will mean we'll be right next to where we don't want you. I'm going to try it. You don't need to move too far to keep your aura in good shape. We'll move you about there and then try to shut down one of them. Good. We shut down one of the archers. That one who just went. So whatever they do does kind of spell casting. It provoked Jathel's AOO. Kyosi killed the other channeler. I don't even see the earth elemental that they're fighting. Amiri gets into the battlefield and she will start helping. But she missed. Another natural one there. As long as the archers keep going for my tanks, I'm very happy. I was not expecting that. Now, can I get to a place I can use another Burning Hands? She can't AoE the archer, but, you know, she will next turn. Can I get to a place where let me do a decent Burning Hands? I don't think so. So we'll just magic missile the boss. Because that will ignore all his mirror images.
Strike as one.
Trying to also... I believe this was a difference between Wrath and Kingmaker. To keep fighting defensively up, you have to make an attack each turn. So, Valerie and... Oh, actually, I don't know if Valerie needs to turn that on. They both have it on? Yeah. So, these two need to make sure they're always attacking defensively and always making one attack per round. That keeps their AC high against the archers. No, in this one, at the beginning of the turn, it will disappear until you take an attack. In Wrath, it is just a toggle on or off. So the two of them handled it a little differently. See, am I close enough to Touch of Chaos him? Oh, I had to move. Whoops. He might get attacked here and get murdered. Pause Fear. Faintless is going to run away. Can't even see the earth elemental that they're attacking. I'm more worried about the boss. Let's keep getting rid of mirror images. Yeah. I believe the Kingmaker one is the correct tabletop interpretation, but I'm almost positive even most tabletop people just ignore it and just view it as a toggle. So I think that's a place where Owlcat got the rules correct, but most of us, when we played it, didn't bother tracking that. You just said you're doing it and you're always doing it. Come on, Amiri, kill one for us. Thank you. Do your job. Threatening that one. Okay, so this channel is going to go. We are threatening the other two. Kaisi, what are you going to do? You did nothing, Kaisi? Kind of sad. Thank you, Amiri. You missed Jathel. Do another magic missile. So look, yeah, he's running away. So he has lost his fighting defensively bonus. Let's actually check his... Oh, we can't. So she's currently lost hers. Let's see if her AC reflects it. Her AC does not reflect it. So she will have to attack to get that bonus back. So right now she's at AC 22. We attack once. We get the buff back, AC 24. So you have to attack to get the fighting defensively bonus in this game. It was a very interesting choice. I can see why they I can see why they simplified that in Wrath. I did not expect Touch of Chaos. That is true. Touch of Chaos is an attack roll, so it's just going to pop an image. That is kind of funny. Okay, then we're going to step away to make sure Valerie is taking the attack. And good, Valerie passed her will save. I think we have no images. I think we have this guy flanked. Let's take the attack there. And you missed. 3. You needed a 5. What are your abilities? Justice. think there's no reason why we shouldn't have that on right now. I don't think it's a one-round thing. I believe so. I'd want to check that, but I'm pretty sure in Wrath it just acts as a toggle. I've never noticed the debuff going away before you attack. I think I see it on all the time. Let's actually try to stun the leader.
Any last wishes?
No. Natural 20. Thank you, Amiri. Down to just the leader and one of the Chandlers. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, I think the reason is in Wrath, people just don't bother with their caster's DC at all. You just let the caster's DC be horrible because you can't get the caster's DC high enough to matter. So the fact that you could use that as an exploit doesn't matter. Did you shake off your fear?
Do not falter.
Let's try it again. Touch of Chaos. Okay, cool. Let's see. Tried to hit Valerie with a ray. Missed. All of our AOs went off and finished him. We just have Chandler left. I could have charged. I didn't. That went fairly well. I've had that go worse. Let's grab all the loot. Now, in this case, we're about to leave here. We can probably sell some stuff soon. Anything here? I guess the short bows might sell for enough to be worth carrying around, and they're light. Nothing else, I think, is really worth the amount of gold you get for it. Well, let me check that. And also grab... Oh, but we don't get Miri yet, so I can't check what she has. We can maybe talk to her. I think she starts with hide armor. The chain shirt might be better. Oh yes, strip Tortuccio. I already stripped him of most stuff. All he has left is a crossbow. Yeah, and Harem. We're gonna lose Harem and Jathel. This is a little bit min-maxing knowing what's coming next, but... I guess as long as we don't sell her scythe off, because we'll want to give her scythe back later. Okay. She'll have hide. I think we want to give her... I don't actually know what I want to give her, so I don't have that memorized. Talk to Krieg before he... Yep. Talk to Aldori.
Thank you for your valor and bravery. The enemy was strong, but you were stronger. And that means I made the right choice. Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows of our plans and is acting against us. You'll begin your expedition immediately.
I feel Jathel, Reg, and Amiri all kind of fight for the same role in the party. So it's kind of, whichever one you want in the group is who you end up using. Of course, you can have Amiri from the beginning for a lot longer, or Jathel. I'm probably going to focus on Reg if I can this playthrough. I want a Magus in the group, and he is the Magus. So we'll see how that works. But I am used to playing around Amiri's style, so it's hard to give that up. But I think I actually like I think I like Jathel's companion quest the best of that trio. So we'll see how it all goes.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Hiroveti's seal? That's why he wasn't killed. The bandits recognized him as one of their own by this signet ring.
Yes. Such a gambit would be typical of Hiroveti and his henchmen. And yet, it still seems suspicious. There's definitely a spy among us. But who? All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
We are coming up on the next ad break in probably a minute and a half, but I think we'll get through this scene and then pause when we start the overland travel.
We literally went through fire together, and then you vanished into thin air after you promised you'd wait.
My words might be rash.
I bet my life despise anyone but this man. I saw how he dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with him through hell and high water. This purple crook, on the other hand, he's got the eyes of a spy and the mug of a spy.
Lady Eldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. During the attack, our leader showed his true colors. He forced us to break into the armory and rob it.
Yeah, econ stats are amazing. Okay, so partially the lawful option here means Valerie joins you, I believe. The chaotic option means I think Harem joins you, but I'm going to go with lawful.
Considering the circumstances, that was more than reasonable.
That was a sound decision. Sometimes one must act at one's own risk and peril until crossing.
Yeah, I was saying, I feel like the way they treated Val in this game is particularly kind of a poor choice for main character syndrome. Like, sure, a paladin is probably a lot of people's first choice when playing, the game you're going to become a king in. So it makes sense they don't want to block that. But of course, in Wrath, Wrath is just as much a place where a main character paladin makes a lot of sense, and they give you Sela right off the bat. So I feel it was an interesting choice between the two of them. I probably would have flipped that. I probably would have left Val as a paladin, and then picked a different iconic instead of Sela for Wrath. I'm not sure which iconic I would have taken instead. Maybe Ezran as the wizard would fit fairly well, and then replace Nenio. I don't know. Interesting choice, but yeah, I think that might be the way I build my Valerie this time around. I haven't done that before. I have thought about it. It's weird. I feel like it's one of those places where the whole dazzling display and all those things, they are not commonly picked options I find among players at a table of Pathfinder, because it doesn't seem as fun a way to spend your turn. But when you're playing the whole party, they become amazing options. So it's a weird place where some feats that maybe you wouldn't take in a normal build, you do take here.
It is insane when faced with death to stop and question whether you may be breaking some law or rule. Even more insane would be to ask forgiveness for making the right decision. Sorry, but your words display a lack of wisdom.
What about that trick he pulled right before we came in here? He knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, he dallied as long as he could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. He was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead.
Trying to save others is commendable, but Tartuccio's right.
That's a horrible fail.
Hear more.
May Shellen spare me from ever having to make such a choice, but he behaved decently as a true leader.
A true leader is someone who has their priorities straight, not someone who would put a valuable ally's life in danger for the sake of some servant.
Enough squabbling. I'm still not sure which of you I can trust. However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the stolen lands.
Lady Aldori, most of those who were to set off for the stolen lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Which of the 2 teams would you prefer to accompany?
If my leader allows, I would join his team. He seems a worthy commander in my eyes.
Commanders, military leaders, all these laws and rules are but dust and vanity. I suppose I will accompany Tartuccio.
Our leader is good in battle, but I don't like all the spiritual agonizing. I prefer those who can act without wasting time helping every little pipsqueak. Those like Tartuccio.
Ugh, Tartuccio's going to take the credit for himself and be done with it. Shellen, spare me from such allies. I'm going with you. You're a hero worthy of my quill.
As for me, I know neither of these 2. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jemima
Very
allows,
true. I don't like little
I'll
pipsqueaks.
remain in
I'm joining
Restov and help
Tartuccio.
mend the wounds
Yeah.
the attack has inflicted.
Yep.
But who knows? The road may bring me to the stolen lands, but not yet.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this man. As for you, Purple Toad, just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spy guts from the trees.
All right, we have 2 teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the stolen lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navacta's crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Leviton's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies. I'd like to believe you, but I know all too well how convincing traitors and spies can be. If you're truly innocent, I hope you can forgive me this precaution. While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Restov is working for Patox. But you should know that it isn't just Patox we need to worry about. The Royal House of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless. And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Restov. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
So the 3-month...
Surviving
wait
a
for
terrible
Lindsay's...
night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, stolen lands. Heroes are on the way.
So I like the way they handled the 3-month timeline or deadline on this chapter. If you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, well, so if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably going to take about 2 months or maybe 1.5. If you know what you're doing, you take about 20 to 30 days. So they give you plenty of time right now, but while still making time feel important. And I feel that's a pretty good ratio. Like, you'd have to really screw up, I feel, to hit the 3-month mark. But it still feels like it's important enough to work. It doesn't tell you about the reward for doing it within the first month. So, they don't tell you that. I will try to carry camping supplies around, yes. If you want to hit the 30 days, I feel you almost have to. So here's the way they handle overland travel. Nothing too fancy. I will probably try to do it quickly. I'm not going to force it if I fall behind, but I generally, I think, get there without, I've played through the end of chapter I've played through the Stag Lord's Fort multiple times, and I think most of the times I get the sword. I mean, I just sell the sword right away anyways. It's not a big deal. But let's see, what do we got? We have a surprise round on them. We can't charge to any of them. Our formation is all screwed up because our party got reassigned. Let's see. They're gonna go. Let's just make a shield wall to protect our weak people. Let's see. On your 3 runs, you took your time and cleared every spot in the Stolen Lands map. Yeah, you the time here is not a big problem. Up a little bit there. And so see, we don't have the fighting defensively bonus now on them. We're about to rest. I'm okay using a Inspire here, and then helping get behind all the marshals. Let's delay until after one of them closes in.
Tear them apart!
Thank you, Amiri. That's what you do best. You have Rage on by default? Looks like you do. Okay. We will delay. Let them come to us.
Onwards!
Yep, you can't hit anything, Valerie. Not for a while, at least.
We shall overcome.
Thank you, Fainless. I was not expecting you to one-shot one of them. And we can't stun them with this. I'll just skip your turn. I don't want to switch back to crossbow. Turn it on and off. I like having days on by default. We can now skin these. We actually got all 3. That's kind of rare. So often I think I rest. I think I camp here. I think it tells you to do that. But let's press on until we get tired, I think. Try to keep our number of rest as low as we can. I think it might still force it here when we all get fatigued. Or not. We get here before that. Nice. So this is Oleg's trading post. This will... why do we suffer from heavy encumbrance? Let's maybe fix that. Also fix our marching order. Let's probably do that for now. Trying to give Amiri a charge lane, but we can still hopefully intercept things that try to run between us. I think that should work. But now, why are we heavy? Only medium. We are carrying a lot of extra armor. We're not heavy though, so I'm assuming it's just wrong. Hi, Boken. Bye, Boken. In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority in the Stolen Lands, we demand this week's taxes and some beer. And that pretty wife of yours, Oleg, she should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money and we'll be on our way. Let's see. You want to drink some of my blood too? I'm sick of you. You're like locusts, and you think you control everything around here just because you put up that printed rag of yours. You come here, squeeze a straw, come... Ah, you must be guests from Restov. So I'm pretty sure Valerie likes this option. I think I can take a lawful neutral without messing up my lawful good immediately. I think I could take this one as well. I have no reason to let them go in peace. We need to get rid of them. I know there's some benefits to different options here, but just going with what the character would do, we were sent here to clear out the bandits. We are going to clear out the bandits. So let's take the lawful neutral option to start with. No way. Just means we can rob a few idiots instead of just one. 2 arms, everyone. Okay, so I have seen a problem in this one when they all just turn around and go murder Oleg. I don't like that happening. However, we're going before them. I think that's going to be okay. So we will just charge in and miss. Amiri, I think you got a charge lane to any of them. And you might as well rage? No, we need to save your rage, if I remember correctly. Let's go to the one that we can't deal with. Perfect. Thank you, Amiri. You can stun the one we're not currently engaged with. He's passed. Let's engage them all. We won't get flanking on this, but I think I'd rather them not charge Oleg. Amiri can get our flanking for us when she comes in to help. I wonder, does Oleg have point blank shot? No, does not have precise shot.
They go down!
Try to stun the one we haven't almost killed. We got that one stunned. So Valerie can now come help this one. Finish him off. Oleg's going to shoot the stunned one. And miss. Okay. And we leveled up. That is the first level up. We will grab all of this now because we can sell this all immediately. I don't care about our weight. Everyone is fatigued as well. Do we want... I'm not going to be buying a mercenary, so it's okay if I can take the level up. Let's do the level up. Now, I don't like doing it, but I am going to do the monk dip here. I believe that will get me crane stance right away. And another boost to the AC. We're going to do that. I don't think it matters what type of monk we take for that. Actually, maybe, I forget, traditional monk might work better. Let me try to remember why. We get improved unarmed strike. We're not going to be getting that bonus ever because we're always going to be in armor. And we get... I don't think I've... Yeah. Yeah, if you don't level up here, you can buy mercenaries cheaper. Trad has the better saves. That's right. Trad has the better saves. Scaled Fist gets the charisma option, but I don't think it works with armor, so I don't think it matters, right? Yeah, when unarmored and unencumbered. So I don't think Scaled Fist works for the build I'm going here. And this gives the better saves, because it has +1 across the board. So yeah, I think I'll go with this one. We get the skills. We need to keep pushing mobility. I think we'll just stay with the same ones we did. We will have better people for persuasion, so this might be wasted, but I'm going to stick with that for now. And now we get crane style. So crane style is we only take a -2 rather than a -4 when we attack defensively, and when using the style and fight defensively. I don't think we actually get that +1 dodge bonus. I think that's canceled out by our armor, but we do get this is helping us take less penalties. So that's the whole point of that. Perception is all important, but you only get so many skills to go around. Once I get the 3 mobility I need to unlock the fighting defensively bonuses, that probably will switch to perception. But I need to get to 3 ranks of mobility pretty fast. I think she's going to do the same thing. So what does she have right now? She does have dodge, so she can go right into that as well. She's putting a point in athletics. It doesn't really help. She's not our best at religion either. We will give her we'll put 2 in her perception. She probably will be doing the dazzling stuff, so let's actually give her the persuasion as well. Be a little wasted in her. She's going to be kind of useless for everything else. UMD might be worth it down the road. I feel like I need to get her a intelligence buff first before I spread out. But I think the perception and persuasion, I think, will make sense for her right now. And then she also gets Crane Style. I believe Lindsay's going to stay pure Bard for my play. I'm not doing anything crazy with her. And Bard is strong. So we'll just stay pure Bard. She currently has extra performance. We will probably need to do point blank shot and precise shot early on. I know that's one reason people might multi-class her early into like a rogue talent just to get a couple of those feats faster. But I think I want to just get the fast progression of her spells and better songs and all that. So we will stay pure Bard on her. She's still our trap spotter. What do I give her? She's currently our only knowledge person there. We'll give her those. She is our best persuasion person, but we have everyone doing it right now. So I feel a little bad if I double dip there. Giving her more perception. I think we're going to do that. I might spread some more out later, but for now, this is a good start. I wish... Yeah, exactly. She never needs to attack. But I guess and if you don't use any targeted spells, you don't need the precise shot and the point blank. Maybe I'll aim for that this time. I often use the crossbow by default, and then I feel bad that she can't hit with it, but she wouldn't do that much damage with it anyways, so I might skip that this time. So, in that case, if we are skipping that, if he doesn't need point blank shot, she doesn't need weapon focus, she's not going to need weapon focus raise. Canny Observer to get extra perception, that probably is a good choice here. Yeah, let's lean into that. What would have been the combat tricks? That's where we could have got the point blank shot or dodge. No, yeah, I'll try intentionally leaning away from her ever doing attack roll based things. And we need Grease or Hideous Laughter. Which one do I want more? I think I want Grease. And Amiri will also be staying a pure barbarian for the whole time. It's another very solid class, and I'm happy with it. Yes. Blind fighting is very good, but you can probably wait till around probably between 9 and 15 to start picking that up, I feel. She's going to be our main person for athletics and mobility. We get 2 more points. Yeah, we'll just do what she starts with is good enough for me this time around. They're all class skills. They're all reasonable. And I tend to like, I think, lethal stance best for the most hits. I believe that's because lethal is what goes into, is it the one that's for confirming? No, it's deadly. Which one is the deadly accuracy? Yes. So it makes it easier for her to confirm crits. So I tend to like that one. I know the beast chain, beast, lesser, normal, greater is very strong, but I can delay picking those up until partway through. I find this helps more in the early game. Yep. Okay, so now we need to talk to Oleg. We have leveled up.
Gather our strength.
Take that, you scoundrels! But now, that girl got away. Plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They come before to collect taxes, but this time they came to punish treason. Now what are we to do? If only I could send Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. Dove, why are you here? I told you to stay hidden. It's all over. I saw it. I just needed to make sure you were all right. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry your arrival to our trading post turned out so unwelcoming. Let's see. So let's get to the point. You say the bandits are going to attack again. Who are they and when will they arrive? Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang. That's who. These lands teem with bandits like bedbugs in a beggar's hut, and you just stirred them up. They have a camp not far from here. I expect they'll return in full force in a half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult like this lightly, and his henchmen are more like demons than men. Tell me as much as you know. How many bandits are there? What do they want? What do they want? Those bloodsuckers think they own this land. They'll come, take what they want, and steal the better part of our money every month as a toll for their leader. They even broke our gates, so we can't try to hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many there are. Sometimes only 5 or 6 comes. Sometimes it's the whole gang. I'd have shown them what for a long time ago, if not for Svetlana. So, yep, lawful good option. We will help. Well, I appreciate your good intentions. I may not have the best manners, but Oleg Levinton is the last name you'll hear accused of being ungrateful. If we manage to defend this post, I'll reward you proper. We have to hide Svetlana. Please don't argue, Dove. Now we also need to decide on a plan. Go ahead, look around. There may be some tools that can be used for the battle. There are some pretty solid traps around, some tar, and a box of alchemist fire, it looks like. Alchemist fire, we could put it by the gate, light it off with a burning arrow, and the bandits are nearby. Yes, we will do that. And let's look around. Actually, let's answer a few more questions. No, let's look around. We'll answer the questions later. So, there's a couple of things here. We can get some tar, or some traps. Let's put the traps to catch the bandits. So if we look now, we have some bear traps around here that luckily Boken didn't step in. And then we also can get some tar over here to help out. Spill the tar. This does make it a little hard for us to charge to their back line, but I tend to like this approach. Especially after they fixed it. When the game first launched, whichever one you picked last was the only one that worked. So you had to, a lot of them would bug out. But now we get all three. We have Alchemist Fire to explode, we have tar, and we have traps. So we're going to be in good shape, aside from our exhaustion. Let's save here, just in case.
I'm hungry. When we stop.
I don't think he'll let us see his goods. Yeah. Oh, no, he will. There's more loot, but the loot you can pick up after the fight. It doesn't respond, if I remember correctly. Got rid of all the stuff that's weighing us down. We'll keep one chain shirt, one chain mail. We can sell, offer all that. I won't equip that yet. We don't need a great axe. We'll keep her scythe. We don't need the great sword. I don't think we need the shield right now. We'll keep one bludgeoning weapon around. A couple of those. That looks good. We don't need to buy anything new yet. We just wanted to get our weight down a little. We could go loot it now, but I will loot it after the fight. Wait for the attack. I am ready. We can ask about Boken. That must have been Boken. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but he comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stagler gangs wants him to work for them. He lacks the courage to fight these bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He's got a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot. Let's fight. Fear not. I'll stand between you and the scum. You are under my protection. Finally, a fight. Was bored with all that talking. Well, these aren't the heroics I was hoping to write about, but I guess even the greatest heroes had to start somewhere. Oh, I didn't know you could get Boken to help. I'll remember that for the future. And at least the fatigue wore off. So that always helps a lot. I appreciate. I mean, look at that. We got rid of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right off the bat. That's better. Often I only get 2 with that. So this was a better than average one there. We still have 2 bandits who haven't closed. Only 1 archer that's going to be an annoying one for us to get to. Now, I want to come over here because, nope, don't go through the trap. They like to charge Oleg and kill Oleg. So I will try to intercept that over here. Oh, I didn't check. Okay, good. crane stance is on automatically by default. What do you want to do? I'm gonna actually have you delay. I want to see where they're choosing to move to, who they're focusing. Nice shot there, Oleg. They went for Oleg. That's what often happens here. Who's next? Haps. I don't like Haps where you are. Haps has a bow. Let's go after Lindsay. We will try. We can't get close enough to. Can't get close enough to stun Haps this turn. So instead, we will start singing. This is the problem with the tar, and that it blocks our access to Haps. So Valerie, I need you to come in front of Lindsay for now, in case anyone comes that way. And Amiri, are we going to be silly with you in charge? There's no trap in the way, I think, if we went straight for this guy. We'll try it. She's gonna trip and fall. I'm 99% sure, but we'll try it. She made it. Amazing. I was positive she was going to get, the tar acts as grease and trips people, I think. Or maybe it just slows them down. But she's now going to take all the aggro. Nope. They run right over the trap. They both do. Wonderful.
Attack!
Good, and they're attacking Fainless now rather than Oleg. I like seeing that. Let's try to stun Haps.
You deserved it.
He's gonna. We have better than equal odds of doing so we'll try that. Keep trying. So Haps is going for Oleg. You're also going to trip and fall here, but we'll try to get you close. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not grease. I forgot. Maybe it's just difficult terrain slows him down. But at least now we're threatening the archer. We can't charge, but we can get to him. We did turn on rage. I forgot to earlier. Thank you. Nice hit. 20 points of damage on a regular hit. Not even a crit. Stop going for the person I'm protecting. Thank you. We just have a regular archer left. I still remember my very first time playing this game, how challenging this fight was back then. This fight was brutal. I think before a number of either QOL fixes, or as I said, the traps didn't work as intentional, the Alchemist Fire didn't work as intended. I think only the tar actually did what it was supposed to do. So this fight could be overwhelming. I think they had about 4 extra, I guess no, maybe 5 extra bandits, but we got rid of all of them with the Alchemist Fire, so that's probably what was so different. Valerie can't even hit a stunned person. Well, that's Valerie for you. We'll grab everything because we can sell this all pretty quickly. Oh, no, don't walk over the traps. You are about to walk over the traps, party. Boken doesn't care about friendly fire. I can believe that. Knowing Boken's artisan's quests, I can believe he is a little bit of a problem sometimes. Oh, I forgot we got a rope there for free. I thought you had to buy all the ropes. Let me see. I don't know if I can sell to him right now. I have to wait till the morning. We are currently overburdened. We can't talk to him now, but let's see if we can finish looting the outside, even if we are a little overburdened. But yeah, as I said, I was really disappointed in the very, very release 1.0 that you couldn't stack those three, the tar, the fire, and the traps. Only one of them would work, and I think two of them were bugged, so it was really problematic. Okay, I think we've grabbed everything. We'll sell it all in the morning. Usually I rush the bandit camp. I think I'm going to try rushing the tome this time instead. I guess calling it rushing is not really appropriate. It's either or is kind of the default playthroughs. You have anything to say, or you tell me to sleep? I think you tell me to sleep. Yeah, you tell me to sleep. And anyone's perception high enough? No. Normally not yet. I'm just normally on a return visit. This is a chest we can't open.
Applause,
oh,
please.
Normally I fail that. Normally I fail that check. How hard is that check? I almost always fail that check the first time. Need to come back at a higher level. Okay, yeah, that is a hard check. She needed a 15 or better, and she got it. And then is this the DLC check, or is that the DLC one? Boom. All of the stuff for being an early backer, and some of the things they've given everyone anyways. Let's look at all the stuff we just picked up. So we got a Wand of Summon Monster level 0 that summons a murder pony. I've never actually used it to know what it is. We have Tiger, morale bonus on perception and nature checks. I think I like to give that to Amiri. And then let's see, we have Head Chomper, which is also nature and perception. I think we give that to Valerie. This one is morale bonus on the intelligence one, so that's Lindsay. And the last one, the emotional support panda, +1 morale on saving throws. We'll give that to the main character. Might flip that with Valerie's. I'm not sure actually at this point. We got the Ruler's Mantle, which is a +1 resistance. So it's a cloak resistance with some riders. It's a little bit better. Enchantment School, that goes to Lindsay. Knight's Helm, bonus against fear. We don't want our main character running away like he keeps doing. 1 extra bonus on all skill checks. Put that on the Bard. +2 bonus on Con to start. Yes, please. And bonuses on saves against disease and fatigue and exhaustion. And we also get a magic bless spell. We'll put that on you as well. Actually, no. Let's put that on someone else. Put the magic missile ring on Lindsay to have another option if she needs it. And we'll put bless on main character. There we go. So that's all the bonuses from being an early Kickstarter backer and other things of that nature. Oh, I missed one. There was another cloak. We'll give Valerie a cloak. I think Haps had that. Thanks, Nilbog. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. Golden statuette. Anything else? We have bracers. I think Lindsay can wear these. Nope, she has armor on. Never mind. Her armor gives +2, so she doesn't need these. No one else can wear them yet. Eventually, we'll have a use for them. Let's sleep. You wake from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it, you saw a wall of unnaturally thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. You look out the window, and you find out the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. And then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. I've never thought to sell it and buy it back. I tend to just keep it all, but that does make some sense. Yes, the DCs for cooking are high, and I just stockpile all that stuff. But that is weight. Maybe I should just dump it in my personal chest instead until I need it, and then not sell it and buy it back. But it seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. And let's start with the option that keeps this open.
Beauty is so tender. It can so easily be crushed under the blows of cruel fate. But you can save it from being undone. Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. A defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish. Aid, salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk. Yes, it hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction. It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him. This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo, catch the whispers, search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
And so this bit here is probably one of the biggest changes between either the first and second edition tabletop versions and the computer version. One of the complaints, and I know most people in chat know all the spoilers, but I'm trying to speak a little bit cautiously, just in case there's some other people who are lurking. This is a place, though, where the game was often criticized, the story, for not tying together some of the threads. And so the Guardian of the Bloom here is intended to help kind of tie together some of the various threads across the story that otherwise are very easy to miss or don't quite make sense. So they did seed this extra character in who is in the adventure path, but is never encountered until very late. So this is kind of a little bit of foreshadowing, a little bit of extra help, a little bit of an extra NPC to help signpost and guide the ways. And the whole use of the fog is also an interesting touch. In the adventure path, there is nothing to stop you from going completely off the rails and going someplace completely random. And that would be way out of level for you. Here, they use the fog, with which they've motivated now from a character before you encounter it. So it's not an artificial boundary to me. It feels like it's a legitimate story boundary to help keep you in the area that's appropriate for your low-level adventures. So this was a one of Owlcat's, in my mind, better improvements upon the game.
I don't believe in fate, stranger, but our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
Yep, everyone has a favorite recipe, and I don't remember which they are off the top of my head, but I know you do find them over time. Here's Honorial. Here's who you can hire mercenaries from. It's also where you can retrain people. I'm not going to read his dialogue. I'm just going to click through some of it kind of fast. I don't think we have to... I don't think any of this actually triggers anything that I need. There's some fun stories, some of his background, some of it might fit into a little bit of some people, some things you find later in the game, but none of it's really, I think, important right now. I don't think it unlocks any quests at the moment. There we go. Svetlana. I think I'm also going to skip through hers quick. She has a lot of background about her. Happy to help. We'll take the lawful good option. Okay. Not much else there. Lindsay has a lot, but I don't think any of it's important right at the moment. Yes, I did pick that, but we just got that quickly. That's why we already got the journal. I thought she also mentioned her sister, but maybe it's on one of the different dialogue options. And by picking the "I will just help you," she doesn't mention her sister issue. So this character might not know that. Lindsay can talk forever. I'm not going to read all this out loud or to myself. I'm just going to click through all of it, as long as I don't click on the go away. She probably didn't actually like that answer. She probably wants permission to be a little more crazy. But, Tessie. With the ring. Has power. It keeps her safe. And have to go. Yeah, we check our journal. We have a couple things now. Let's actually show, hide, completed. Yep. So we failed the completed room. We didn't find the room. That's fine. We finished this quest. It should go away soon. Stolen Lands, we have 88 and a quarter days. The main story tells us to go to Thorn River and find the bandits there. Our second main story quest here is find Tartuccio somewhere. We don't have a lead right now. We'll have a lead very shortly when we head out. And we're told to get Svetlana's ring back. We can talk to all the various people now. We don't need to. And I think in Kingmaker, we don't need to activate all the familiars. They're always active. And of course, here in safe places, they just hang out on the ground and are having fun. Boken has a quest. We will talk to him. Yep, I know that. I don't need to talk to her. We do have more stuff to sell, I think. Yes, all of the bandits' armor. That's why I'm running so slow. So let's get rid of that. Sort of price descending. Tend to use that as my default. We don't need all of the studded leathers. Don't need all the leathers. Offer other stuff we've picked up. I think we're going to get rid of... I wanted to keep a couple bludgeoning options. We don't need the bucklers. No one in the group's going to be using that. No one uses clubs. How much does this sell for? Nothing. So the murder pony is not worth anything. Anything else? I don't think we need the heavy crossbow. I'll keep 2 composite longbows for other characters if they need them. I don't think we need scale mail for anyone. That might have been Jathel's, but we'll have something better by the time we get her back, I believe. Lindsay can use it, but I'm not going to be using the crossbow because I'm not going to be grabbing point blank shot or precise shot. So she's never going to hit anything. So if I'm shooting a crossbow, I'm doing something wrong. I guess if I'm shooting an animal that she can't daze, that looks good. We have 4 sets of rations. We're going to need some more rations. So let's pick those up. Right now, we're going to have a little over 1,200. So we could get a masterwork weapon for someone, but I don't think we need to right now. We could switch to full plate. We can't really afford that. We'll wait until we can. We can't afford anything there. Can't afford that. We could buy this, but we'll wait maybe until we have a little bit more money. We can't afford the bag of holding yet, which we want. These are heavy, but I think we can take. Let's grab. See, we have 4. We have 4 for that's 1 day. Let's see if we can afford to bring that much. Yeah, at times the plate mail is slow to show up. So buying some full plate early, I often like to do. Not much else aside from the bag of holding do I really prioritize this early. Okay, let's talk to Boken, get his quest, which is fangberries and moon radishes. Why do you need them? Already try to help. And do I need to see what he has? Not right now. Okay, let's head out into the Stolen Lands. Now, as I said, I almost always do the same route here, and I might do something different this time. We'll take the 4 companions. Once we have more than 6, we leave some behind. We can pick which 6 we bring. So, we currently know here's the Fangberry Cave that Boken wants us to go to. We know here is Thorn River. So this is where we're told that not the Stag Lord himself, but like his next band of bandits hangs out. And the game kind of expects you to go there. And we'll have another option that shows up around here pretty soon. So we'll start heading toward Thorn River. Seems like that makes the most sense. And this should be a weird man, right? Ramius? No, not Ramius. Or was it Ramius? Remius? Yeah. A jittery old man in squalid clothing shuffles up to you. His gray hair is unkempt, and he continually clenches and unclenches his wrinkled, freckled hands. When he stops and looks up at you, his eyes widen and he tugs at his beard. Strange, strange weather. Invisible fog creeping out of the woods. Soars beyond the sky, obscures the sun and moon. Strange. I don't like this old man. Looks like the kind who'd cast the evil eye. Who are you? Remus. But that won't help with the fog. Invisible fog, does that mean you can find your way through it? The fog is wrong. It hinders your legs, not your sight. I wish not to try. What are you doing here? I do nothing. Breathe, walk, observe. The fog looks visible to me. I see more than ever. I've never seen so much before. But someone must look, and no one else can. Let's be polite. I should probably go. You hasten. You should. Your rival wastes no time. He races in another direction. He searches for power. He will find it. My rival, do you mean Tartuccio? He was not tall, but he wants to climb high. Besides him are those who could stand against him and might yet still. What power is he searching for? Someone else's. Old but forever young. That which was taken from another. That which gives joy and now gives death. I mean, knowing what the answer here is, I'm not going to say it in case we have any lurkers in chat, but I think they did a really good job here telegraphing and setting this up. So, if you know the story, especially when this wasn't normally even discoverable probably until book 5 in the regular AP. This is masterfully done. I really like how they'd handle this here. Where is he? Ancient Tome. Thank you. How do you know we're rivals? All more reasons not to linger. Once stolen, the land should be reclaimed. Once reclaimed, bound with the claimer shall it be. Bound, merged, joined by unbreakable ties, claiming the land, claiming its pain, claiming its death. Now we do have a new quest. So let me open this up. So we now know... There we go. Let's get rid of those. We now know where Tartuccio is. So we can either go confront Tartuccio now, or we can chase down the bandits. And whichever one you do first, I believe changes what happens on the second one. I have always done the bandits first. So I'm going to try Tartuccio first to see how it's different. I think most guides suggest Tartuccio first, so I think this is the more common option. But I've always done the other one first, just because it made so much sense to me to deal with the bandits. I think it might change how easy it is to get Svetlana's ring. Yeah, I believe it's the much more common option. I think it's what everyone recommends, and we'll see why when we get there. We are not going to the hunting grounds. So one thing I did want to mention about the way this one handles exploration. So the fact that, unlike, say, the exploration in the tabletop game, this one is giving us a fair number of extra destinations ahead of time. And some of them are discovering as you move about. So you might have a goal in mind. We were coming here, but we've discovered 2 other things on the way. They weren't things that we had to deal with, but we know they're there. And I like that mix. What else do we see open up down here? We already spotted the sycamore tree. It's a huge tree we can see in the distance from way away. So I like that also for adding new landmarks on the map. So I don't think I've ever done this first, so I'm curious to see how this is different. Let's put a save in here. A gnome in gaudy purple garb seizes your attention. Of course, that scoundrel Tartuccio, who you know from your time in Restov. The vile gnome is standing on a small hill, expressing his discontentment in every way he can muster. It doesn't look like a small hill to me. Oh, and we're also a minute from the next ad break.
Let me guess, you're still dawdling. Should I make some tea in the meantime? Bake a pie, perhaps? Plant a small garden and harvest some cherries? Perhaps you'd be more comfortable wearing fool's caps and colored trousers. Then at least I'd be able to sell tickets. Come one, come all! Feast your eyes upon the slowest and the most ridiculous buffoons in Golorian.
What a leader he is with that kind of dialogue.
Why hurry? The same end awaits us all.
Hold your tongue, gnome. I can hardly tell your twaddle from the buzzing of a fly.
Quickly now, if we don't find that artifact soon, someone else might seize it. Someone who's standing over there watching you right now, you fools!
So, by coming after Tartuccio first, this is one of the differences. We are able to... The answers to your questions, to which path you take, all those things determine which ones you go. I almost always get the same group. I always pick the same things. I think it's mostly due to your answers to her questions about the breaking into the armory and helping the guard. I think I've heard those 2 are almost completely dependent on which ones you get. But if you're a good aligned character who's doing lawfulish type things, you will probably almost always get the same 3 I had. I think you always get Lindsay. I think you also always get Amiri as well. So I think it might only be Valerie versus Harem versus Jathal. I think might be all that matters. Yeah, I think you always get Lindsay as well. So I think it really is just the last of the three. So who do I want? Because I think I can get one of them back here. I guess getting a cleric now will probably do the most for helping me go longer.
There is as much vanity in your words as in the words of all who have not seen the wisdom of Grotus. Yet you seem a worthier leader than the arrogant Tartuccio. Perhaps in serving you, I shall open your eyes to the teachings of my faith.
I see my magnificent rival will stop at nothing, even at stealing the servants of his... Hey!
So he hasn't joined us yet, it looks like. He's not actually in our party. Okay, but this, I remember, can be a tougher fight sometimes. Is it any different than I'm used to? Yeah, I know we can get the other one in. Normally I get both of them at Old Sycamore, because if you come here second, you miss this chance. They're already gone. So I'm used to getting them at Old Sycamore. But I think getting a fifth companion, fifth party member early is going to help. So let's see, we have a mercenary. Looks like he is not active and is going to run away. We have mercenary. So it looks like we have we have 4 mercenaries. Do I know anything about them? Fighter. The wizard's in the back this time. It's a different location than normally. Fighter. So normally the wizard is like here, the archer is there, and the fighter is here. So it's interesting how that changes based on coming here first. So I want to get rid of the wizard fast. Well, let's bard song it up, and let's move. We don't want to move too far. Now, who do we want to rush? If I can reach him with a charge. Can't charge to anyone. Okay. We can get in his face. We can get in this one's face. We can make our way toward. We can't attack anyone to get our defensive fighting going. I'm going to head on in. I want to deal with the wizard. He was going to cast Enlarge Person on someone. On the archer, it looks like. Not as bad as it could have been. Don't kill the person I just got, please. That's not very nice. That does not look like a straight line. So I cannot charge this one.
Bring it.
Yep. And we're on a rage. We'll wait until next turn. Keep your AC up for now. And this person's just running away. Okay. So I think we have... Let's get both in the face of the archer. Probably will save on the one fighting Harem. Good. Got that one down. I'm willing to provoke. My AC is high enough. Dealing with the wizard is more important. And now I got my AC up. The AC up will counterbalance the flanking. Second enlarge. That one was stunned. Harem, do your thing. You can't hit anyone. You're going to shoot Harem. And you got rid of you. Perfect. Amiri, you can now charge. So charge in rage. Nice, 24 points there. I think you may go help Harem over here. You're going to lose your AC for a round. Let's move in. I think some of us are out of your buff range. There we go. And let's try to keep this one dazed. Good. Try to take out the wizard. Perfect. Big guy's still going to be a problem. That's pretty low damage for an enlarged. Oh, that's right. All of your temp HP.
Tear them apart! Stay behind me.
And over here, we're going to have the battle of people who can't hit each other until we finish off this guy and everyone else comes in to help. You do more damage. Yeah, let's daze you. Failed.
Strike as one.
Good round for the enemies. Thank you, Haram. Did we charge in? Yeah, you're our best at hitting people. You might get hit, but you have enough HP to take another hit.
Let us strike as one.
Any last wishes?
Daze is really doing its heavy lifting here. Haram, can you hit? Miri, finish this? Almost. Valerie's had 3 1s this fight, I believe.
This is where I step in.
We are keeping him locked down, though, at least. Haram might kill still here. Nope. Oh, he's going to get a turn. Unless Baneless can finish him. Let's see. Let's live dangerously.
We shall overcome.
Okay, we turned off fighting defensively and we still missed. Luckily, they attacked Valerie, who was still fighting defensively.
They go down!
Looking at all of the items here, we can tell this looks like it's some sort of, so sun and moon themed, Cyclops themed. We're seeing all kinds of paraphernalia. That's who this was built for. Makes a little bit of, it's actually probably not quite the right scale. This might need to be a little bit larger to be a proper Cyclops tomb. We got our first magic longsword. I'll pick that up. I might drop that. We need to check armor again. I think I forgot to check Amiri's armor. Don't need that. And we can't seem to... There we go. Having trouble interacting with this one. Okay. So let's check. Oh yeah, Haram needs to level up. Oh, I didn't want to have to think about him yet today. Let's check. So Amiri currently has hide armor. And let's check our armor options. So chainmail would slow her, be a little heavier, but a little better armor. Her max dex, I think, is fine. How much when this wears off from a fatigued? Yeah. I think we give her the chainmail. Scale mail is the middle of the road and never as good. Let's just drop that. I don't want to carry it around. Same with your hide. And then the heavy shield, I think we were going to give to Haram. Now that we have you back. Now, which path am I going with you? Am I leaving you a pure cleric? I think I'll leave that for Tristan. Or Tristian. I think I will try the Mystic Thurge with you. So you will be taking some sorcerer levels eventually. So your AC is going to be horrible. But for now, we'll give you this. But you're never meant to be a frontline fighter. You're never going to be, whenever possible, Tristian will be our cleric. You'll be in the party. Excuse me, I had a cough there. Harem will be in the party mainly for Harem's quests. I don't think we'll use him too often, or if Tristian's not available. Yep, I know he comes with heavy armor. He's not going to get to use it because I'm going to be putting him into a sorcerer, and he's going to have arcane failure, so he's not going to be wearing armor for long. He's going to be doing one of the weird builds for him, I think, because he's just not. I mean, his strength is just a little too low to actually be effective in the front line. His build just doesn't really work for it. Let me double check that build. I think the audio will cut out. This game does not like it when I alt tab. Let me find my planned build for him. Yes, you go Imperial Sorcerer, so it goes off his wisdom. You just need to find the build for him. Because I think he needs like 2 or 3 more levels of Cleric first before you can do that. Yeah, he needs 3 levels of Cleric. And I think we have to do that. I believe we need him to start having skill points in both of those. Yes, Religion and Arcana. To qualify for Mystic the Urge. Because that lets him take a spellcasting level. Every level up, he will get a level of a Divine class and a level of an Arcane class for spell progression. You need to open your spell book. What else do we want you prepping? Maybe cause fear. Your DCs aren't going to be great, but at least doing something different than just bless. Because we have alternate ways of doing bless. Unbreakable Heart to get rid of fear might also be useful. I'm likely to forget that when I need it, though, so I think we won't do that. Remove fear is also good. That is true. That is better than the Unbreakable. I forget what the difference is. Unbreakable Heart is all allies for 10 minutes plus 4. Unbreakable Heart is the plus 4 that are currently. Yeah, Unbreakable Heart is much worse. Yeah, let's get 1 remove fear, and let's get 1 cause fear next time you rest. I don't care if I'm wasting a spell. There we go. Yes, especially in the fights against the Teutonic League. I feel Amiri is always running away there. And it's not helpful.
Without a doubt.
And given that I want to... Oh, thanks for hanging out. Have a nice dinner. Oh, interesting. If you come here second, that's already opened. I guess that means Tatuccio found it. I wonder if there's more loot here now. There's a trap in here, I think, though. I wonder how Tartuccio avoided the trap. Or I guess... There we go.
I failed. I'm sorry.
That feels like the same treasure. That's weird. I would have thought that would have been different if they changed the... Huh. And we probably should heal Amiri before we go on. Do I use a potion? Let's use a potion for that. Keep the spells until later. That's enough. Now, let's double check what here is anything here worth carrying to sell. The light crossbow is worth more than it weighs. That's generally my ballpark. I need a 5 or better. How sweet, the first breath of fresh air after the stale, damp stuffiness of the tomb. The forest stretched an unending hearth, replete with hills and gullies and patches of low shrubs. Already the trail of Tertuccio and his companions had grown cold. I have failed that check like the last 4 times I've played this. I needed a 3 or better sometimes. I'm glad I got it this time. No blade of grass was bent. It must have been enough time to straighten back up, since whoever last passed through. But the heath's dry earth preserved the prints of little shoes. Our eyes to the ground, we followed the trail. We walked and walked until we finally came to a huge gully, the dried-up bed of a river of yore. But what is this? At the edge, the grass was trampled down, and the soil turned up in claw prints. Lots of them. We stumbled upon a fresh battlefield. And here, the trail split. One set of footprints walked away from the battle and down into the gully. The brave footprints that faced down their enemies followed the path along the edge. Let's try the nature check first. We need an 8 or better. The claw marks were not deep. They were small and lean. And more, they walked on 2 legs. Finally, the form of the footprints left no doubt in our minds. We stumbled into kobold lands. Detect magic? Let's do that. We discovered the trace of a spell from the illusion school, where the lonely trail descended into the gully. So, we have what feels like and again, I don't even remember the right answer here, so I'm okay kind of just guessing. So we can study the 2. We stood a while and thought, so let's study. The little shoe prints turned into little clawed footprints. Someone from Tartuccio's band was wearing shoes and took them off and grew claws. Snaked along the gully. We saw both sets of footprints together. It was clear that those who had no claws left the battle surrounded by those who did. So, I believe this means the big path is whoever has our friend, and the small set is where Tartuccio went. So let's keep chasing Tartuccio for now. The way down was steep, and it took some time to reach the bottom. Walking on the loose soil was difficult, but the clawed footprints were easy to spot. The bottom of the gully went downhill, deeper and deeper. Finally, the footprints turned, whirled up the steep slope, and disappeared at the gully's edge. We couldn't help but admire the animal agility and clever claws of the creature we were following. The slope before us was as tall as 2 men and ended in a hanging crest. Climbing such a slope would be no easier than climbing a sheer wall. However, a long, steady-looking root stuck out of the ground from near the top. Let's try... choose a character. Yes, you do it, Lindsay. After tugging on the root, Lindsay took a deep breath, grabbed it with both hands, and began the difficult ascent. Pushing with her feet against the slope, she grabbed the root with both hands and climbed higher and higher. Only her heavy breathing and faint creaking of the root broke the deadly silence. Suddenly, dust poured down from the top of the slope. The root began to slide from the ground. Keeping her wits, Lindsay shifted her weight to her legs and froze. After a tense moment, she continued her journey and soon had reached the top. After catching her breath, she lay on the ground and offered her hand to help the next of us up. After climbing out of the gully one by one, we easily found the clawed footprints again and moved forward. The air grew tense. We sensed we were approaching our target, and our intuition proved correct. Let's also check our formation again now. That works for me.
Listen to me. A dragon, huge, sparkling, flew down to me from the sky and told me a secret. A great relic that will win the kobold's glory is hidden somewhere nearby. Enough of this pitiful existence. Search for it. Search and bring it to me.
So, the game is telling us this is still Tartuccio as a kobold. We know he cast illusion magic at the top of the gully. We know his shoes turned to claws. So, Tartuccio is now enlisting kobolds to be his followers. And let's do our normal lawful good.
Who is there? How? Here, you fools! I mean, try tribesmen. Don't listen to his lies. I shall bring you to glory. Just help me find the relic and stop it.
Our first fight against kobolds
Can
now.
you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
How many do we have to deal with here? Looks like only 2 right away, 2 kobold sentinels. So these are fighter types. So these are their defensive ones. Their stats are not great. AC is low. They're to hit, I would expect to be low. We don't know it yet. I am not going to use Bard Song here. We still have 8 rounds remaining, but I want to hold it. And you can actually delay given that. Amiri, looks like you can get to one right away. You have 3 rounds of rage left. We will save that as well. Can you get to one? You cannot.
Onwards!
But you can. Or I can. So we got both of them. And I don't think they count as flanking any of us, but we have Amiri and Valerie flanking one of them. They managed to hit Valerie. That's impressive. Was it a natural 20? Natural 18. And that's because she doesn't have her fighting defensively up yet. So that's fair. And I think we forgot to equip our better longsword. We need to do that after this fight as well. Can you finish this one off, Amiri? Thank you. We'll move in to provide flanking on the other guy. Valerie can also get there, but oh, Valerie almost hit. I was not expecting that. I do not expect Valerie to hit almost ever. Try to stun this guy. Thank you. Haram, can you finish him off? Just finish the fight one turn earlier. Looks good. Grab some mushrooms over here, it looks like. Mushrooms are good for cooking various recipes in the game. So picking them up when you see them is always useful. Always worth exploring all the maps. There's often some things hidden in the corners. Grabbing some more ingredients from them. Got another recipe. Got a recipe for haggis. Let's we have to learn it. Where did that show up? Here. By copying it, it leaves our inventory, and then we can now make it when we rest overnight if we have all the ingredients.
We march ahead.
Got some wine, some port. And it looks like that's everything here.
I will guide us.
So we left the trail here, up here, and now we followed him all the way to here. This is Pine Patch. That's where we just fought the kobolds. We know this is a destination for us. How are we doing on XP? We are still 2,000 shy of our next level. I'd like to be level 3 really before dealing with this location. So we might go deal with Thorny River now. No one's exhausted yet. That's a good sign. Oh, Lindsay just got it.
Don't you think?
I think we will still press on. I think we can finish this fight as well before we have to rest. For our first rest in the world. The rest of the party might become fatigued quickly here, though. I need to be a little careful. Moss is another ingredient for cooking. I will save. There's an important perception check here that I would like to make that I often miss. Look who's here. We'll use the good option here. Fine, I won't cut your throat, for now, at least. But I also won't kneel to some Restov upstart. Why would you try to make peace? Are you just naturally kind, or have you been listening to Svetlana? I don't like saying the chaotic option, given that I'm trying to be lawful, but I will do this, and hopefully it doesn't shift me too far too fast. Mercy, huh? Haven't heard that in the Stolen Lands for a long time. All right, here's my piece. The Staglord's been spending more time keeping an eye on the bottom of his glass than what's going on around him. If you won't answer an insult from some Restrov cook like Tremondi, then you're right. We chose the wrong leader. So go ahead. Do what you want to do. I won't stop you, but I won't help you either. And here, give this to Svetlana. And so she's going to run away. And some of the other bandits are going to run away, it looks like. I thought most of them stayed there. Let me actually check how my alignment's doing. I'm a little worried. Okay, no, that didn't shift too far. So I don't remember how far you can push it. But that is fine. We've definitely been shifting. I also don't like in this game that if you do too many good things, that will shift you off of off of lawful good to neutral good. You have to keep doing some lawful options to stay here. Not always only good. So I need to watch for... I think the good options are going to stand out to me as things I want to do, and I'll need to find the lawful ones occasionally. We can free Jod. Praise Erastil. Someone finally chased off those scoundrels. Thank you, stranger. My name is Jod Kovkin. I'm a priest of Erastil from Galt. Those bandits attacked me as I was crossing the river, and they wanted to take me to their leader, make me heal their wounds. Not a chance. The strength granted me by Erastil is meant to help people, not robbers. How did you come to these lands, Jod? I was led here by visions sent by the Elk God. Erastil showed me that somewhere in this wild land lies the Temple of the Elk, an ancient shrine, forlorn and desecrated. I saw the ruins of the temple and the shadows of a predator lurking in the sorcerous fog. I felt the echoes of the vicious rituals performed at the once blessed place. I have no doubt Erastil revealed all this to me so I could stop the ungodly sorcery that's been desecrating his temple. And where is this temple? That I don't know. Visions, even divine ones, are often vague and unreliable. I know only that the temple is somewhere near the Gnarl Marches. And I'm afraid I won't be able to find it myself, what with these bandits looking around every corner. Well, we are going to release you. Oh, the times. Be surprised to meet an honest man, as to see a manticore at a vegetable stall. Thank you for your help. I've exhausted my supply of prayers, but I'll gladly repay you in the future once I've repaired my strength. Come to me if you ever need to be healed or blessed. I'm afraid an old fool like me won't be able to handle the mission given to me by Erastil on my own. How can I search for the temple when the bandits around here won't let me take a single step? I'll head to Oleg's trading post to rest and think on what to do next. Please, traveler, if you happen to discover the ruins of the Temple of the Elk, come inform me. My gratitude will know no bounds. Let's check. So we need to search for new clues. So we just need to keep searching for the main quest. Bitter rival, we need to go to the sycamore tree. We need to return her ring. And we have all the side ones. I think we got another recipe. We got pancake recipe. And I keep saying I need to equip our weapon. We did get a +1 longsword. So we will equip that. That will not change our attack rolls. Masterwork and +1 magic have the same attack roll bonus. But this will do 1 more point of damage. So 2 to 9 versus... Where's the Masterwork one? Versus... Wait, 5 to... Oh, that's weird. They're showing... yeah, 6 to 13 versus 5 to 12. So we get +1 damage from this, and it counts as magic for things that need to be hit by magic. So that will help us. Come on, someone open it. Thank you. I'm going to save again. We're coming up on the perception check that is important, and I often fail.
Be nice, don't you think?
We found it. I think there's still another check here to actually... Yep, we're going to load. I want to make that one. I don't like doing this too often. A lot of times you've seen me, I do accept my bad luck. But this one I feel is important. And we have a good chance of getting it. Oh, we don't have the options I thought. Interesting. Maybe I'm forgetting how this works. Wine for the stag lords. Don't you dare steal it, fools. I'll make sure you rot. So I thought you could poison the wine here. Maybe that's later. Maybe if we don't give him his wine, we'll make him angry. Maybe we can sell the wine. Let's take it. Maybe we'll find a way to use it later. We do have the item called it. Maybe I'm misremembering how that's supposed to work. Because the Stag Lord can be a tough fight, and any debuff you can put on him is useful. So now there's often some traps around here. Yep, let's stop moving that way. Send Lindsay off to fix them. There's also usually a bandit or two up this way, who I don't know if that bandit goes away from the fact that we got rid of Cressel or not. We'll find out right now. Is Lindsay going to see some bandits? Doesn't look like it. We're just getting some free XP right now. Nope. She's going to fail this, and that's going to summon a summoned dog. Let's get someone up there to help protect Lindsay from a dog. Because Lindsay would not do well against the dog. Thank you. It does look like the bandit who's often there goes away if you get rid of Cressel. I do wonder a little if that also means there'll be more bandits at the fort. I don't remember how that works. Or if we see Cressel at the fort now. The number of things that change the way, bits and pieces of the story play out is pretty well done. There's enough tweaks that it does feel like your choices make a difference.
This requires your attention.
Okay, we got a better flail for Harem. Again, not that we're expecting him to hit anything with it. And we got a ring. This is a ring of protection +1. So this will increase our AC. Don't know if it stacks with Tartuccio's present. It does not. They both deflection? They're both deflection. So yeah, we'll go back to that. And you can get a ring now. So our tanks are doing quite well. Let's see, I believe Valerie is higher. The banded. I think Valerie's is higher because the tower shield gives 4. Your shield gives 2. And so yeah, that's where the difference is. I think we have 1 extra on main character. I think because of shield focus. Let me double check that. Where all do we get? Heavy shield. We have heavy armor focus. I don't think Valerie has that yet. That is the difference. So she has a 2-point better shield. We have a 1-point better build. I'm going to finish exploring this location. Looks like we've been almost everywhere. I like the way the trees that are off to the edge of the map cast their shadow onto the map and leave unexplored areas. Funny little take on it. I don't think there's anything else to find here. I'm just double checking. Looks like we've fully, let's just double check over here as well. Looks like we found everything on this map. I guess for people who are watching who haven't played this, another thing to be aware of, some of these items we're collecting now. These fragments, when we get a lot of them, we can reassemble them into a magic item later in the game. And they do tell you where you got them. So this one came from Ancient Tome, for instance. So if you get stuck and you're missing like one piece out of the 13 or whatever, you could look it up online and check which ones you have, which ones you don't. So that is generous that you can kind of keep track of where you need to find them. A lot of these coins, they just sell, but only to certain people. I don't think we can sell them until Chapter 2. So we're just going to build up a lot of coins. Luckily, they're light, but they are worth a lot of money. We have her coin. We have his wine. We'll figure out what we do with that. Here's a second necklace piece.
I will guide us.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Let's see. We are at 1,700 to go for the next level. We have already revealed the abandoned hut. I think we'll head there right now. Everyone's tired. I'm going to push on. Nope, not yet. I was going to push on until someone's exhausted. Maybe a bad call. Okay, she's exhausted now. We'll rescue her. Travel will get very painful at this point. So we have, we need 5 rations per day now. We will use the rations. And currently, Karam is doing that. No, this does not look like the right spread of people. Okay, let's check this. So this is the camping screen where you pick who does what. So actually, this might not be bad. So we are good at hunting. Oh no, you do not try to camouflage. You have a -4. Let's put you over there. That's going to be more effective than camouflage. So we have all these major buckets. Actually, can any of you no stealth? No stealth. So hunting, you can if you're willing to hunt and take more time, you can not have to spend rations. So a high value of nature lore helps you get food faster. Camouflage reduces the chance of random encounters. Cooking, actually, we don't need to cook right now. I don't want to use up our ingredients for that. I think that still needs something, right? We'll put you over there. So we're not going to. You're not great at this. So let's see. Hardy Mail. Does it tell us? Okay, Hardy Mail doesn't actually need any ingredients, so we'll leave you on that. So this one gives a +1 saving throws for the day. This one gives +5 movement speed for the day. So these are all kinds of great buffs. They do cost you the resources, so you have to keep track of them. Each of the companions who is not the main character has some special bonus they do. Haram's is less chance of attacks. He's so gloomy, nothing wants to attack him.
And I like Boken. He reminds me of a bookseller I know. Cold and tart at first, but if he likes someone, it's forever.
Of course, one must make allowances for his age, but he'd be better off if he learned some manners.
I didn't think I was hunting. Interesting. I guess I still got 3 rations. We used 5, so we only came down 2 for the day, so that's not bad. Is this going to be the Tectonic League? Normally it's after you cross the range. Who else could this be? This is the Tectonic League. Okay, this is going to be annoying. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this fight. Hey, you! Stop right there. Kanala, look at this one. Will he do? This one, I suppose, but I don't like his snout. Listen, you tramps. We're from the Technic League. Our slave died and we need a replacement. One of you will be coming with us. The rest of you are free to go. I advise against resistance. It would be a quick trip. It'd be a quick trick to kill every one of you. Choose now which one of you is going to go. And we were just attacked. Big mistake. This fight can be brutal. We'll see how it goes. But it's an important fight because this also unlocks access to 2 more companions that I really want to get. Okay, so here we will need to start off with an inspire. No, I want to start off with a grease. I want to. So I'm trying to get most of them in the grease, but still be able to attack them ourselves. We got 3 of them to fall over, not their caster. That's not great. And we have an archer. We have a second. Turn back on playing defensively, and you're going to charge. I don't think you're going to hit the grease. Hopefully you don't. Go for the secondary mage. And must have cast defensively. I did not get an attack of opportunity there, or that one does not have that. I'm pretty sure you would fall down if you go in there. Can't. You'd like to get the archer. I think I'm not going to get an attack. We're going to come around the grease, because if Valerie ever falls, she is not getting up. Whoops, there we go. That's going to be the problem. Okay, Haram, put up bless for us, please. Amiri, just make sure these guys don't stand up. I think we'll rage for this. This is an important enough fight. We do not want these people getting up. Okay, what do you want to do? Kanala, what is your... We know nothing about you. I don't know if I double stacked grease if it would help. Could try to stun you. Your will save is probably on the better side of things because you're a mage. We will still try it. If we can shut you down, it is worth it.
Serves you right.
It failed. Okay. That is good for us.
We shall overcome.
Valerie is running away. Let's remove fear on Valerie. Keep killing this one on the ground. I like the grease is making the wolves fall over. We will keep trying to... Oh, she fell over as well. Interesting. I think we want to keep you stunned, though.
Attack!
That mage is taking a pounding.
Let us strike as one.
Hopefully you won't fall over this time. Perfect. Thank you. Got rid of the archer. We will need to see if we can get you around my grease spell now. What else can you do? I guess you can come help pound on this guy before he stands up. We'll do that. Miri, finish off the swordsman, please. Okay, that's not finishing him off. Got to keep you stunned as best we can. Good, we kept you stunned for another round. Finish off the first mage. Nope. Good, that finished him. Okay, now. It's going okay, Nilbog. I think while you were gone, I went to the Ancient Tome, got Haram back, chased down Tartuccio to Pine Patch, dealt with that, went to the Thorn River camp, got Kessel to leave, gave us the ring, picked up the wine, and now we were on our way to the abandoned hut when we ran into the Technic League, and fight's going okay. Obviously, no one's been hurt yet. I got a grease that took out most of them. Canela has fallen over and is stunned. However, I can't get to her very effectively. I do not want Valerie to trip, because if Valerie trips, she will never get up. I need to come around the back of my grease.
Do not falter.
I think that will work. I got all of the swordsmen to fall. The bowman was still up, but Valerie took out the bowman quickly. And the other apprentice mage, whatever, was actually the biggest threat. He was up for the long time and was getting fears on everyone. The wolves keep tripping, so the wolves have not been a problem. I should say the wolves keep tripping themselves on the grease, not the wolves keep tripping me. That would be an option. What level? Do we know what level Helena is? We don't know her level, so I don't know how many rounds these wolves are going to last. Oh, we still have a swordsman up.
Your life ebbs low.
And we've managed to land days on Helena at least maybe a third of the rounds, which has also been helpful.
This is where I step in.
Just keep her dazed. That's the whole point here.
Strike as one.
I almost want to move more of the characters over to deal with Kanala, because at that point we'd get rid of the wolves. Valerie, I guess maybe we should turn off defensive fighting next turn if you're attacking a prone person on the ground. Yep. I mean, I feel Ember carries harder with her sleep hexes than Daze. I don't know if the DC is different, or if it just is a better build on her, or the fact that you get her around level 3 or 4 that makes the difference. But Ember's sleep hex is just so strong. I find that's the MVP for the longest time. It also helps that this one has a lot of humanoid enemies in the beginning, before transitioning to a lot of animals, at which point Daze kind of falls off. I'm surprised I could go there without provoking. So... Okay, next round Amiri will be able to join in beating up on Helena. Keep the days going as best you can. Thank you. And I think one of the two wolves has expired. So I think this wolf will go away this round. I think I still attack it to keep my AC up. But I think it might go away before it matters. Now you were turning off defensive fighting this time.
Stay behind me.
So you can actually hit for once. Arum, I think you're just stay back here. You're too slow to get anywhere useful. Amiri, I think you can get there without hitting the grease. There we go. Let's see. Stainless. Walk a little bit further away. Regular longswords, heavy shields, scale mail, nothing I need to carry. Masterwork longbow's worth. I think that's everything. Trying to make sure we don't step in the grease, because once we do, we're never getting out of it. Oh, we did step in it, but luckily we made it. Looks like we've... I don't think anything else is on this map. I think this still counts as a random encounter map. I don't think I need to... I will quickly fully check it to make sure. I don't want to miss token. But I'm 99% sure there can't be one on this map. Yep, okay. So we can just leave here now. And Helena teleported away, so we have to deal with her again later. I probably, as I said, I'm not using any mods right now. I probably should look. I probably want the kingdom management mod. I probably want a buff mod, and I probably want that because those spells are so useful, but they take so long to time out. Knowledge Arcana. We got it. Knowledge World. We got it. Knowledge Nature. We failed that one. That's fine. We got most of them. We still learned where it was. So we can come here to get 2 more companions shortly. Let's deal with this hut first. Oh, yes, yes. That I hate that. I hate that. That one is horrible. Especially how that's the one that I think if Valerie takes off all of her armor and gear, I think she still only escapes on a 19 or better. So you have to like if she ever gets caught in that, you're there forever. And my main character would not fare much better than Valerie. So I have at least 2 characters who, once they get caught, are basically caught forever. Father, please. I looked for the herbs you asked for, but there weren't enough to. Silence. Did you forget the rules? You speak when I say. But Father, 3 times. Very, very bad family relationship. That's what they're trying to show us right now. Between 2 people there. The staircase decayed a long time ago and it cannot be climbed.
Oh, I don't like surprises.
That was a good surprise. That was a potion and some gold. Let's go deal with the wolves. We know there's some wolves down here. Because right now, I want the XP. I like to be level 3 before dealing with the Sycamore.
Hey, wait for me.
But I'm doing things out of my usual order, so I have no idea how things are going to shape up here. I usually always do Thorn River first. I did it second after Ancient Tome. That doesn't really change things, but my route feels different. I don't know. We'll see. Let's have you delay. It's a surprise round. Maybe you don't need to delay. Just move you up.
We shall overcome.
1 square too far to get an attack off there. And Amiri never had a charge lane, it looks like. Oh, it does. Nice. Lindsay, don't think we need anything from you this time. And we can't daze, so you just sit back and do nothing. Valerie, come give us flank and get your buff. Perfect. Harem, you just stay back here. We don't want you getting tripped.
Attack!
I wasn't expecting you to hit. I was expecting you to get next to them just to provide the flank for Amiri. Amiri can charge again? No.
Bring it!
That's what I like to see. That was very nicely done there, Amiri. We'll read his notes right after this. Surprised we couldn't try to skin those wolves. Maybe Amiri blew them up too much. Let's see. Where's our old note we just got? Here it is. In early spring, Willow's leaves are the same color as her eyes. His, too. I barely hold myself from burning them out with acid. It's his fault. Despicable. Weak. If it were not for him, she would still be alive. Does not talk to me. Looks away. Plans something. I know. I know. I have to gather forest herbs and make a hiding place. Hide my charms. He is a coward, but he can steal and run away. I will punch it out of him. Everything hurts. I can barely walk. How could he? How? He would never bring himself to confront me on his own. He says his name is now Stag Lord. He says he will not let me die or let me go. He says I should not be calling him my son, like I ever did. He told me to pack my things. We are leaving soon. He now has his people and his own fortress. I'm hiding the charms in the herb cache. I probably should not. I will not be able to escape. He will not let me. Yes. Crits. Okay. I wasn't sure if crits actually did it. I thought with the explosion, maybe it did. I never actually checked to see if it was just random chance or not, though. Good to know.
Without a doubt.
We are coming up on the next ad break, probably in 20 seconds or so, right after this little cutscene. Where have you been? I told you to prepare everything for the ritual. You will never give me orders again. What? Well then, summon your power. Perhaps you'd like to try the acid. So we missed the rest of the cutscene here, basically seeing the change of roles of the Stag Lord and his father. So going from the bullied to the bullier.
I failed. I'm sorry.
Can she not retry this one? Looks like she can't retry that one. So we'll need to come back here if we remember to some other point in the game. We probably might not remember to do that.
I have been waiting for you. The flowers, birds, and wind told me you would come. Oh, my poor flowers. They will perish before long in this bog.
One second, I'm gonna alt tab. The music will cut out. I'm just gonna record. We need to come back here at some point. Okay. Chest at the abandoned hut, level 3+. Yep. I think once you level up, you can try again. But
Ooh, mysterious talk with nobody.
I don't remember that dialogue line.
Do you really wish to know? Fine. I'll tell you a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there lived a young nymph. She lived in an enchanted forest, where 1,000 birds sung day and night, where the sun often left a spark or two hanging in the tree crowns, and where the starlight fell on sleepy glades like a glowing soft haze.
I think it would have been better if her description there was slightly more fantastical. I would like it to hint at the first world more than it did. That probably would be nice.
The young nymph loved simple things, like sitting by the stream with her friends, braiding each other's hair and adorning their braids with crystals made of dew, or watching the flowers blooming. But inside her soul, the young nymph dreamed of something more. Oh, dreams. Nothing in any world can live without them. Even a seed that falls in fertile soil cannot sprout without the dream of the sun. The same was true for our nymph. She wished to turn her enchanted forest into a true fairy tale kingdom and fill it with thousands of wonders. But plans so ambitious rarely go unnoticed by greater powers. Those greater powers decided to punish the nymph for her boldness. They sent a horrible monster to poison the enchanted forest and kill the singing birds. The nymph was forced to flee, and finally she found shelter here in the Stolen Lands. Here she hoped to sprout the seeds of a new dream, even as she mourned the dream she'd lost. But then the magic mist appeared, killing everything that lived. And the nymph cast about, desperately searching for help. So far, these are the fairy tale's final words. But I hope this is not the end just yet.
Would you be willing to share the details of your story about those evil powers, the enchanted forest, the monster?
One day, perhaps I will tell you more. But it doesn't matter now. We need to concentrate on the problems at our doorstep. The Stag Lord, the Druid, the Mist. Search the area around the hut. Try to find anything that remained of the Druid who lived here. I am sure the fog is his doing. This suffocating veil is as vicious as his nature. We should learn more about the fog and the ritual through which it was created. Return to me if you find anything. The past may hide the answers that shape the future.
I had a strange vision, a young man and an old druid who tortured him, and they exchanged roles.
Yes. The soil, water, and stones here are infused with toxic pain and fear. They poison this place as we speak. You have seen where your enemy's journey began. The one called Stag Lord was once the victim of a cruel madman, and has since become one himself. You see now how monsters are born. But what comes of regret for a thing you cannot change? There is no time to be lost. We must do away with the fog quickly.
Hey Kojo, welcome. Yes, I do have VODs on the channel. They should last for 2 months, so they should be there. And I may start uploading some to YouTube at some point, but at least you should be able to catch the beginning. We are, 4 hours in. I'm probably going for another 30 minutes or so. This is still, very early in chapter 1. The first maybe 3 hours was entirely kind of the tutorial in the prelude. It wasn't even part of the adventure path originally.
I will be waiting.
So at this point, I'll give you, Kojo, a quick tour of the party here. We have our main character, Fameless, who is a paladin this time around. I have done the 1 level dip into monk, as is tradition in Pathfinder 1, to pick up Crane Stance early on. We're not using any of the other things from monk, but we do get an extra feat for free, and we get Crane Stance early, which helps us offset the penalties for fighting defensively. Otherwise, I think he's going to be a pure paladin the rest of the way through. We have Valerie, who is a tower shield specialist fighter. She is meant to be your tank normally. So, but I've done the same 1 level dip into monk for her for the same reason. So I have a pair of frontline tanky people right now. We have Lindsay, who is our bard. We have Amiri, the iconic paladin, iconic barbarian, who is going to stay a barbarian the whole way through. Nothing crazy about her build. And we have Harem, who is a cleric of Grodius. I don't know if you're familiar with Grodius. He is a very, very destruction, nihilism, end of all things kind of a classic preacher on, street preacher preaching the end of everything. And he is very much a depressing character of that type. I'm going to do a weird build for him. He's designed to be like a war priest, but he doesn't serve that role particularly well. So I am planning to go into the Mystic Theurge specialty class for him down the road. Yes, you would have played some. The season 2 or 3, the swamps of Andoran area, I believe. Doom of Casimir. Yes, that's the one. That is the one. So here he is as a character that you can play. I'm going to turn him into a Mystic Theurge, so he's going to be an arcane and a divine caster. He won't be perfect at either, but he'll be very strong at both, strong enough. You have another cleric option down the road, so you have 2 clerics to kind of choose from. And the other one is probably the better cleric, in my opinion, most of the time. Yep. Already level 2. Um, you hit level 2 very quickly after beating the tutorial, basically. Not quite immediately, but very close to that. Which is also a surprise because the initial fight after, right at the level up point is the first fight normally of the AP, and they didn't scale it. The first fight of the AP is known for being a TPK fight sometimes. So I'm not surprised that Owlcat decided we need to make sure the first thing you do doesn't make you want to throw away the game. So in spite of Owlcat usually being a little aggressive with their difficulty scaling, they gave you a whole level worth of content before what's normally the first fight. Yep. And we there's another companion we know about right now. There's a undead inquisitor who we can get back, but is currently with a a secondary faction that we need to kind of deal with. So that's often your starting 6. There's a couple more. There's 3 more we can get pretty fast right now. So that you'll have about 7 or 8 to pick from pretty early on, and then you pick 6 from those, and you can swap them in and out. I'm not sure about that one, Neilbog. I'll need to decide. I haven't. I know most of the classic builds suggest Stalwart Defender. I just don't know that class well enough. I'm gonna, this time I'm trying not to follow guides without understanding them because I think sometimes, as you've seen, I followed the guides, but I'm not doing the right things with the guides, so the build doesn't work for me.
Did you find something?
I found the druid's notes. They mention a temple of the elk. Can this help us?
An ancient temple. The temple of the stag god. Yes, that must be it. The place of power where the druid created the fog. Perhaps we'll be able to cleanse it from there. The temple hides in the thicket not far from here. You'll need to go there and purge the place of whatever evil still lingers there, summoned by the druid's sinister ritual. Take care. You are my only hope.
The other one I've seen for Val that's interesting, I think, is 4 levels of rogue, basically to get improved evasion. And given that reflex saves are her worst point, I don't know if it's worth it or not, but the idea of at least sometimes taking no damage, I can see that being useful. I don't see her hitting enough to have the sneak attack be worth it. So I probably will look into Stalwart Defender and see what it's offering and see what it takes and see what you're giving up for it. We also found a letter here. I went to the old Temple of the Elk again today. Wicked, gloomy place, just like my soul. It used to shine once, and it's hollow and horrible now. Did he spy on me? Maybe I should lock him up. No, let him be. What can he do, the useless coward? Just whimper and hide. Now, I forget. No, we already read that one. None of those. I forgot what told us about the trick with the herbs. I'll want to... We're going to have a fight right here. There's a wolf right here.
Who will prevail? Does it matter?
The wolf got a surprise round on us. Luckily, our AC is high enough that it doesn't really matter. You're going to do nothing, Lindsay. We don't need you to do anything here. Okay, maybe you should have done Bard Song. You would have hit then. We send you in? Let's send you in after we send in our main tank. Thank you, main tank. If you hit, how much do you have left? You have... Don't know your total. You might be able to finish him off, so let's go for the hit. Not with that roll, you can't.
You deserved it.
Oh, what did you... Well, someone hit it at least, but come on, Val. Thank you. And you didn't crit, so we can try to skin this wolf. The previous 2 wolves, Amiri just obliterated, so there was nothing left of them. Let's see. Nope, only need one of those. Why can't I get it to split the stack? Come on, split the stack, please. Split the stack. I thought it was shift. Why is shift not doing it? Oh well, we'll lose them both. What do we get for that? Date, newest to oldest. Yes, you can skin them and just sell them. It's just extra money, but it's based on your nature skill. So the better your nature is, the more animals you can skin and get stuff for them. Transmutation. So yeah, wolf pelt. It's worth 10. So it's not a lot of money, but it does help a little. And I think like boars and thasalines, there's all kinds of natural animals in this one. So it's a pretty common way of getting a little bit of extra money. Anything else in the house? I don't think so. I think we have fully cleared this location. Check the map. We left a couple things behind. We'll get a chance to look at it again when we leave. I think it's also only an option if someone in your party has nature trained. I'm not positive of that, though. Let's see. We have Old Oak, Temple of the Elk. You can take the herb back? It wasn't... Let me go back. I don't think you could. I want to know that. Let's run all the way back up there. Magic short sword. Yeah, no one's going to use that. We'll just sell that for money. Yeah, the chest is not interactable. So maybe I could have done it before I left the zone, but the chest is not interactable anymore. So that doesn't seem to work. I don't think I came over here. And that's the one I couldn't loot, I believe, is what's showing up there. Let me just double check that. Oh, nope, something else. No, I'm pretty... I want to say in early versions, and at some version of the game, that did work. But I believe at some point, it consumes it when it reveals it. I think at one point in time, it showed up still in the inventory. There is another time, there is at least one other chest that does that, yes. I don't know how many chests. I haven't tried every chest in the game, just the ones that seem connected to the druids. Okay, so how is my weight doing on inventory? I'm at medium. It kind of feels like heading back to Oleg's would make sense. Or do I go for the Tectonic League or the Technic League this early? I don't want to do this yet because that needs to be the last companion. Actually, does that need to be? I guess Jaethal can be the last companion I pick up this chapter. Get Tristian. That's better than Harem for what I'm doing. And then pick up Rigognar and Octavia. I don't think I'm going to be level 3 before I get there, though. That might be tough. Let's save. We're going to head for the Technic League.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
As soon as someone gets exhausted, we'll stop. Maybe there. Looks good. We will rest.
You studied writing for such a long time, put so much effort into your art, and they threw you out of the academy. Yet in spite of all this, you didn't give up. Why?
Maybe because if I did give up, it would mean that they got what they wanted. Or no, maybe because life without writing would be so boring. To be honest, I never really thought about it.
That's interesting. I didn't know. That's interesting. Fighting that bear at level 2, I feel, is pretty tough, probably. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's try it. Why not? So as long as we don't go to the Sycamore next. That's true. Let's not go there now. That was some wasted time, but that's okay. Try to avoid it. Okay. This fight also might be a little tough at this level. I'm not sure. I usually do this at level 3. I usually go to the old Sycamore and do all of the above ground stuff, and that's often enough to get me to 3. But we'll try something different today. Only going another 10 minutes, so we might not even get a full try at this. 10-ish minutes. Maybe 20.
I will guide us.
Here's me check. Do I have... So I could I don't think I need to pre-bless. Nope, I don't think I have any abilities to use ahead of time here yet. Except... Do we put an enlarged person on Amiri's bar? We have 2 of them. I think we do that. That's going to last 1 minute per level. It's only going to last 1 minute from a potion. So we don't really want to pre-buff with that, I think. I've often approached from this side, and it's felt challenging. I think, let's see, from the other side, I think you hit an archer first. I'm going to try this side. This is the side I'm used to. And I don't know if it's better or worse, but this is the side I'm used to.
Stand with me.
Okay. Can we get... I don't think we can get to you and attack. Can we? We could get to the mage. I think that's still worth it. And of course, Mary's going to run away, and that's where things go wrong. But we will use a remove fear right now. He summons her dogs right away. Yep. I think we're going to send Valerie to deal with that. And now we're going to send main character up to help the flanking buddy. Can't get to them with a charge. We're going to go straight in.
Do not hold back.
Let's see. So if we approach from this side, I feel like they detect you earlier and you have a harder time getting to Kanala, but maybe I'm wrong on that. That's what I was worried of. With Amiri being in front, being the first to charge in, she's going to take a lot of the aggro, and that's going to be a problem here, I think. We could inspire, or we can... This worked so well on the earlier fight with these guys. Let's try it again. That still gives us a place to attack them from. I think I also tripped all the captured people. That doesn't help quite as much. Really, Amiri? You're going to miss? Okay, let's move in a little bit and put up less. Oh, interesting. Because these two you can free, but they do nothing to help. So if I lose here, that's what I'll have to try.
Stay behind me.
We want to get rid of the secondary mage. Come on. These rolls. Like, I don't mind Val missing. Val's expected to miss. Yeah, okay. Having Amiri go in first to take all the aggro was definitely a bad move here.
I'll survive. I always survive.
Wow, you hit Painless. Okay, natural 19. Yeah, I think we're going to have to reload this one. My guess at this point. Can I do anything better? Okay, good. At least you're running away. Okay, got at least rid of one. And Canales has been knocked over. You're... No, I think trying to... You're going to run away. Let's... Oh, there's a second mage. Try to stun the other mage. Nope. Well, the grease is doing its job. At least that's good. We need a... Can we get up next to and close enough to Amiri to heal her? Not really enough to be useful, but at least she's not going to die.
Let us strike as one.
Okay. That's at least one down. We can move a little bit without provoking. Let's make our way to the next mage. You don't have a lay on hands yet. I would prefer to see if we can... prefer to attack you, but that's stepping into the grease, I think. So I think we can attack here without moving, so we'll do that. Lindsay, try to daze this guy? Yeah, we'll do that. Getting a little closer to that wolf for my liking. Keep running away. That's good. Do you have any spells left? You have a channel, but that would heal... Who would it heal? You might be out of channel range. You are in channel range. We're not going to do that. The wolf might despawn soon. But we'll still try to get rid of it. Kanala is up. And missed. Good. I'm going to risk the provoking to go for the other. Good. Can we still step? No. We should be able to step. Okay. That's a little bit annoying. We haven't hit her yet, right? She's up next. Do we go for the daze or do we do the magic missile on him? I'm going to go for the daze. If it works, it's worth it. And it works. That's often Amiri. I'm glad this time it's not Amiri doing that. Amiri, you should stay there. Harum, bash the wolf again. Try to get rid of a flanking buddy. Good, good, good. I think they are about 1 round from despawning. Can you get to... Are you going to fall over?
Strike as one.
No. Nice. Nice. Okay. So aside from Amiri getting a little pulverized early, this isn't going as bad as it could have.
Serves you right.
Nope, I didn't see that one was still alive. Whoops. And they're trying to kill Amiri at this point. Interesting. I'm not used to them doing that. Amiri might die here. Do I need a channel? Amiri's con is 16. She's at minus 11. If they attack Amiri again, Amiri's going to die. This one's half.
Your life ebbs low.
I'm going to try to make Harum be the target.
Stay behind me.
I believe when Kanala stands up, we'll get an AOO. So we'll go for trying to get a blow on that one. I really don't like them attacking Amiri while Amiri's down.
You deserved it.
Good, we got him stunned. That one's out of his frightened, but he might... Oh, I thought he was going to trip on the grease. Did she make her save? She made her save that time at least.
What a waste.
Okay. Let's try to finish off the mage. No, this one's at low health. Let's try to finish him off. Good. We needed that. Back on Kanlala. Good. Good. We need that. Amiri, still minus 11, so you're not getting worse. Harum, I think if you step there, you're going to cause problems.
As dust.
Yes.
She cast defensively? I'm pretty sure summon animal should have provoked. Interesting.
We shall overcome.
Uh-oh. This is where things go bad. He was standing on grease, and he missed an attack, and that makes him fall. I don't think that's how that works, but sometimes this game does weird things. He did not step.
Repent.
Suddenly, we go from having this almost working to being in desperate situation here.
Let us strike it home.
Oh, and he's at minus... No, he just fell over. Oh, it skipped his turn, though. I must have hit spacebar by accident. How much are you? You're not almost dead. Where are you? Oh, you're almost dead. Let's magic missile that. Yes, because that gets rid of the summoned animals. I would not expect him to have combat reflexes. So I may try to have Fainless stand up. Because if you run in here, you're going to trip as well, aren't you? Let's have the Three Stooges. Yep, there we go. Time for Three Stooges.
This is where I step in.
This could be bad. Who's he going to hit? Nope. He's gonna fall down. Try to stand up. You're gonna fail, aren't you? You're gonna stand up and fall back over? No. Nice. Painless. Same thing for you. Stand up.
Strike as one.
Okay, we're out of combat. Amazingly. That actually survived. I think I'm gonna take the lawful good option here. I really don't like flavors in this area. I know that Octavia would prefer the neutral good option, I believe. But we will do the lawful option here. Who are you? Blah, blah, blah. Want to join my group? Of course. Yes. Okay. Who of these are we going to take with us right now? Long term, I probably want both of them in my party, but I don't know if I'm ready to swap them in place of Amiri yet for Regardnar. Of course, she's badly hurt. Since she's badly hurt, let's actually swap her out and bring them both. Whoops. And he'll be our new heavy hitter for a while. That's an interesting way of dealing with the who to take. Like, yeah, we don't need to use you right now. You're badly injured. We'll just swap you out. Go free them. You're going to fall in the grease for a bit, probably. Oh, you made it. Nice. Of course, I kept them slipping in the the grease the whole time. We don't have any more level 1s. We're going to have to use the channel to heal. We'll need to rest at some point soon anyway, so we'll do that. We'll use all of them, even though it's only healing Fainless. Okay. That's at least somewhat better. Let's check Regargnar's gear. So right now you need light armor, and you have the expected Masterwork Scimitar. You're in decent shape for that. What else can we give you? Nothing else useful. We could give you +1 chain shirt. I think we do that. You will be getting hit a lot. We need to try to avoid that, though. And you can wear the headband of vast intelligence and the braces of armor. We can probably give you a better bow. I don't think you're spec'd into anything that requires short bow. I think you can still go longbow with you. Point blank shot. Nothing that to me says short bow only. So we will give you a longbow, or maybe not. Oh, you can't use longbows. Interesting. I don't remember that. I'll have to check why that's the case. I'm pretty sure my Octavia always uses a longbow, so I'm wondering what I did differently. I'll figure that out later. We are also coming up to where I want to end the stream here. I'm actually waiting for a friend to go live. Anything else to loot? Doesn't look like it. So yeah, you say if you come from this side, we can free Octavia and Regardnar, and they would help with the fight a little. That could help. It does feel like it's harder to get to the boss, though, from that side. Double checking we didn't miss anything valuable. Does not look like it. Yeah, you don't control them. Regardner might be tough to keep alive in that case. I don't know. Let me save there. And let me start wrapping up the stream, because I'm pretty sure my friend's going to go live soon, and I'm going to want to watch what she'll be doing. Come back to this screen for a bit. Let me just make sure I didn't miss her going live. There we go. We're going to raid over into Katharina's channel. She's doing an actual play of some 5th edition D&D. It's a fun campaign. I've tried to listen on most of the time, and we'll see how it goes for them today. So thank you all for tuning in. I think we will be doing more Kingmaker tomorrow.